Wow. Oh god, good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. I am feeling a little sick today. I'm feeling a little tummy hort today.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Oh god. Kiri Bloodrose, thank you for that hella early raid.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a nice stream, Kiri.
I have a tab about gay duck necrophiliac sex.
Kirsche taught you all about how to use the fish to suck your own toes.
Tender, thankful, thoughtful,
You're
thriving,
welcome.
ticklish, tidy, timeless, timely, tempting, tensorial, testamental, theatrical, thoroughbred, touching, transportive, tremendous, truthful, tubular, twinkling, turbocharged, tangent, Fox Tuesday.
Ooh.
Dirty dog you are!
Attention, Fox Tuesday. Well, I did say I would do some schizo readings, and hopefully I don't make myself vomit by exercising my throat. But we'll see how that goes.
Reminder: the Gatto posting will continue until the heat death of the universe, or I guess whenever Razor makes that mouse.
Welcome to Toxic Sluts.
I reached out to someone's like business email, and their business contact was like, yeah, hey, I'll check it out. Also, if you have any questions about anything else, feel free to ask, although I can't help you with your razor conundrum. Sorry about that. And I was like, oh, they actually looked at my socials. This is how you know it's the guy you can trust. Hello, Travis. Welcome, Raiders. You've received your Kirsche and you're fighting the temptation. Yeah, a lot of people are getting their Kirsche cubes. I'm liking seeing the Kirsche cubes next to different anime figures. If you're not feeling well, it could just be tangents. Don't push yourselves. I mean, I'll try my best, but we might get another vomit ASMR. We'll see. Help.
Shut up, silly woman.
Your cubes not yet sent? I mean, the ones that are showing up now have definitely shipped out early. And I will say, I got an email that Mindbreak's cube has shown up, but like my cube, my dad's cube, Nim's cube, none of them have even shipped out yet. So we're a little, you know, waves, I guess. USPS is lost with the cube in the rug. Hopefully it didn't get lost. I've been having a lot of issues with USPS recently. I don't know what the fuck it is, but they are like an absolute incompetent fucking service. Like, I was supposed to get a package from one of my sponsors, and it just, like, evaporated into the ether. And this has happened before, but I had, like, giga tracking on a package. So, like, I got a notification for the package in the past. I got a notification in the past for this package where they were like, oh, we tried to deliver it, but no one was home. And I was like, that is bullshit. Not only was I home the entire time, but nobody even knocked on my fucking door. So you didn't even attempt to deliver the package, you lazy piece of shit. You just said that nobody was home. And they're supposed to slap like a fail to deliver paper on your door when that happens. Didn't have one of those. This time, my sponsor package, they were just like, is it there yet? It's supposed to be there. And I'm like, I don't have anything. I don't have, let me check out the tracking number you gave me. And like the tracking number basically was like, oh, failed to deliver. And I was like, what do you mean by this? So I plugged in their tracking number into USPS because it is a foreign country package. And USPS was like, oh yeah, we tried to deliver it, but nobody was there. So we put a paper on your door. And I was like, I got no fucking paper! What do you mean? So I called USPS, and I was like, hey, apparently you guys tried to deliver this package 2 weeks ago, but you never actually tried to deliver this package, and I never got paper, and I didn't have notifications for this because it was a foreign country package. And they were just like, oh, well, we see here in our system that it's already been returned to sender, so, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. And I was like, you're telling me that you guys didn't actually try to deliver my package, didn't put the paper on my door like you're supposed to if it was actually failed to deliver, and now you're shipping it back to its country of origin without ever having spoken to me? Wow.
Yeah, big
wow.
guy.
You know what would brings back efficiency? Healthy dose of shaming.
I agree!
Hey, you can't make me!
Sounds like Canadian
One time,
shipping.
in the bad old days long before Amazon, I ordered a single electronic part, about the size of a pinky nail, via USPS. It arrived 2 years later. On the other hand, I had moved in the meantime and they still found me, so that's cool.
2 fucking years? How is that even humanly possible? And also, I saw someone in the chat saying they should get a P.O. box. I got a P.O. box, and I have had nothing but fucking issues! My P.O. box isn't, like, even for giant public use. It's only been in a small control group to see, like, how useful a P.O. box would be, right? And almost everything that's gone to my P.O. box has either just mysteriously disappeared or gotten held at the post office instead of actually delivered. And I'm just like, the post office is literally 2 streets away from where my P.O. box is with UPS. What do you mean you could not deliver it? It was me. I just like, I hate USPS so fucking much. You got a P.O. box that got flooded with circulars that went directly to the trash? I don't know what that means. They're sending an emu to your P.O. but I don't think you can ship those. Those were live. Confession time, you had a hentai anime DVD sent to your job and someone opened it and gave it to you. And then we worked from home because of the goof. Well, at least you didn't have to face your coworker every day after they knew your pornography habits. Did you say anything about a living emu? Okay, I guess fair. USPS is consistently awful in big cities. Smaller towns where you know your postal workers by name, they're much better. Even at your sub 1,000 population post office, you find yourself being screwed over by the big city distro center every package has to go to. I'm just like, I don't understand how they can be so incompetent. It's like, it's nuts to me. Post office SWAT team. There was a package that was left outside your local post office over Christmas. It was like the USPS kept everything out in the rain, letting packages get ruined. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. It's the government, of course. They're incompetent.
I don't want to mod it yet either. I'm gonna put
It's the rot from all the budget cuts since they were forced to pre-fund retiree health coverage.
Tuesday, Foxu and chat. Cube has arrived, but I cannot post pictures on Discord. Sad face. But I am watching stream on my 4K monitor and my new 4090, working on setting everything up between work shifts. Gonna try streaming soon, have good stream.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Good luck. Good luck getting everything fucking polished. Thank you for the $5 doodles, Karzban. On the outskirts of Vegas, your male dudes bang the doors loud as fuck and bounce. See, I would love that. I would love that. I miss being in my hometown where my grandma knew the postal service people to the point where, like, she would give the postal service people cards for the holiday, you know, like Dunkin' Donuts gift cards and shit in them. And it's like, if I had any good interactions with my postal service people here, you know, I might consider doing that, but, like, they don't deserve jack shit. Fuck them. You miss rural mail carriers that use their own cars? I don't care what kind of car they use. I just want them to be decent people. Grandma cookies. Yeah. I should give the post office people baked goods sometimes. Bro, we went to Dunkin' Donuts yesterday. Was good. I have 2 Dunkin' Donuts gift cards right now. I just, like, I'm not gonna use them on DoorDash because I'm not gonna pay, like, $15 for a single coffee. That'd be fucking dumb. But, I guess I'll just have to wait. Maybe I'll get to use them sometime later. Still working out some kinks in my vacation planning. Wouldn't be able to post a picture either because you're a lurker on Discord. It's a very low bar of entry. Well, I yelled at my mods for setting it so high because, like, I don't like that kind of restriction, right? I don't like it when I join a Discord server and I can't just, like, use emotes or post pictures.
If you buy
I understand.
and you put the fox in your house.
You can't put me in your house.
Fox
UPS
things.
lost me.
You know what chat can do to help Kirsche fix her USPS problems? Getting gamer subs with code Kirsche.
That's true! That's true! Use code Kirsche to get 10% off your gamer subs order. You know, you get nice subs, you get nice cup, you get big comes, I get paid a little bit. You know, it's beautiful. They did manage to get your cube to you. I'm glad the cubes are not lost. And just like before, if you have any trouble with your orders or something is missing and you can't get support to answer you and you're stuck in like a loop of automated responses, please send in a moderator ticket in the Discord and I will be able to help you. I always maintain, like, if you have something weird going on and your support, you can't get through to support at Uwu Market, please send in a support ticket in Discord so that I can help you with my Uwu Market contact. Cube is on the way according to an email. Yeah. Your torn this month, Gamer Subs or Turbo Force? I don't even know what Turbo Force is, but obviously Gamer Subs. I might be biased, but it's definitely better. Gamer Sub support's usually good. My merch is coming from Uwu Market, and I know a couple of people had some issues with contacting support during my drop, before the cube drop. So I want to just let everybody know, since there's new people here, if you have any troubles with support, send in a ticket in Discord and I will help you with my Uwu Market contact. One of the dudes got his cube stabbed by customs. No way! Is there a picture of that? I would love to see that. Why would customs stab the cube? There's no cocaine in there! Yet. Your USPS friend doesn't have AC in his mail truck. He'll beg you to bring him water in the summer rather than carry a goddamn water bottle. That's even weirder. Why wouldn't he just bring water? They want to make it into an Ona hole. What the fuck? Oh no, cube. It's in the Discord. I'm going to assume it's in the Real Life Pictures channel. Oh, Helen Razor's room is really cute. Helen Razor's room is really cute. No, the face one, the girlfriend to wear matching Mountain Dew and Flamin' Hot Cheetos Snuggies. That, I don't... Comrade Cube? The man's got a... What the fuck? How do you... Where did this man's get a Chimkin Cube? A friend arrived. Oh my god, these are all so cute. I didn't realize so many people were posting cube images. Oi! Oi! So many cute cube! My cube has arrived. There's nice cube. Right. Okay, do not the Kirsche. There's some heavy machinery. Oh, nice rub. Well, my cube came in damaged. At least the rug didn't. Alright, is it Mr. Boss? He has come. I don't see images of damaged cube yet. Those are two suave gentlemen. Look, a keychain? Someone customs killed my cube! It's Mr. Boss. Oh no! Where's my browser? I found it. I found the damaged cube. You know what's crazy? I even have my browser source for my stream in all caps, and I still lose track of it. What? I like how customs killed this man's cube and then just slapped tape on it that says damage? Man, what the fuck? You got two of your cubes, but you still think you have the large one to get? Jesus. How could customs do this? The poor Kirsche. And customs stabbed your mother's summer sausage at check-in? Very awkward. What happens next? Is there any remedy? I would say Mr. Boss should contact Uwu Market customer support and let them know that his cube came in dead because customs killed it. It's because they also have brain damage. You'd be so mad. I'd be mad too. Limited edition battle damaged variant. He should contact Uwu Market support and hopefully they can help him. If they don't, then he should contact my mod tickets in Discord. Punished cube. It's not inconspicuous enough to hold cocaine, in your opinion? I mean, it definitely could hold cocaine. But it would not make sense to put it in there because it would be easily felt, you know? By law, Customs does have to reimburse you for damaged goods if they find no evidence of drugs or other prohibited paraphernalia. I wouldn't know that because I've never had to deal with Customs, but like, if he can get reimbursed from Customs and get a new cube, free cube, dude. Wars have been started for less. They could just x-ray the thing. They could. I don't know how it managed to get stabbed. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real and honest. Moose Nugget, thank you for the $10. I bid you good tidings, oh magnanimous Foxu. It is the spring equinox, the day upon which I celebrate my cat's birth. She is become 14 of age. May you wish her a happy birthday, please.
Happy birthday to your grandma cat.
What an old ass cat. Congratulations. I'm glad that she's been with you for so long. I hope you have still many more years to come with your cat, Sue.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Copperhead Snake, thank you for the 9-month member. Congratulations on this, the day of your birth. I hope you'll eat the placenta. Afternoon, you saw my VoD with the side-scrollers. Good job mind-breaking the normies. Sorry about tummy hort. It's okay, tummy hort doesn't happen too often, so I can handle it. I'm big Goral.
Hey.
The gamer subs will keep me going. Caldronia, thank you for the $20 and the take my money! Thank you. I will take it consensually.
Pulling weeds again. Thanks for answering my question last stream. Glad it wasn't me having a stroke or something. I've never ripped a bong before, so I'll take your word for it. Thumbs up.
I'm glad I got to answer your question, whatever it may have been, because I certainly don't remember anything from last stream, except for running in the rain and having to talk to the fat man. Thank you! Thank you for the $10 doodle, Centurion Max. Thank you. Your grandma once sent chocolate pastries over USPS, and it was intercepted because of how it was packaged. Thinking it was contraband or something? Like, what the fuck? They really out here hunting the grandmas? Deep breaths and tums works wonders for the tum-tum. TSA is a joke. You once accidentally smuggled your pocket knife halfway through the line and then realized you had it. Hardly threw it away in a trash can at the airport. TSA saw you do this, and then the dog sniffed the guy in front of you, and they searched him. You remain confused. That is very inept. What the hell? Did I already stream with the Spoon Man? I did. I streamed with the Spoon Man on Saturday. Last Saturday. Talk to the fat man? Yeah, the Kaysen, the tree sexual, who's raping all the women in Deadly Premonition. That's my headcanon. I don't know if he actually is. You don't think dogs sniff out knives? They're a knife-sniffing dog? TSA is mostly just the illusion of security. I just like, if you didn't think TSA was useless already, when you find out that there's a way that you can pay to skip having to interact with TSA when you get to the airport, you realize that they're basically just there to be a nuisance to people who can't afford to skip them. They be raping everybody out here. Yeah, true. Stephen Tanchi, thank you for the $2 doodles. More cursed things! Oh, you don't even know, dude. Hayden75, thank you for the $50 doodles. USPS is a quasi-government agency that continues to lose around $7 billion a year and works with government agencies to set shipping prices. They also have their own SWAT team. You hate journalists and politicians. You should also hate USPS. I thought that guy was joking earlier when he said USPS has a SWAT team, but I guess not. I guess there is post office SWAT team. Why do they need that? That seems really fucking weird. That seems really weird. And also, if they're losing $7 billion a year, maybe they shouldn't be a government entity. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I use UPS. Are they a government entity as well? I didn't think so. They gonna do something with the disgruntled postal workers? Just put them in the meat grinder. Simple, easy. Does the Kirsche need a hug to feel better? And some nuggies and ketchup? Oh god, I don't think I could smell ketchup right now. Losing 7 billion a year sounds pretty on par for the government. It does, which is like, maybe they shouldn't be a government entity. Only got junk mail the last 2 months. They don't need it, they have it, so they don't get Uncle Tedded again. But what if I want them to? Should watch The Fat Electrician on USPS cars? I don't know what that means. USPS is a service, not a business. Well, they're a shit service! I'm sick of them. DRT is king. Thank you for the $5 doodles. USPS once sent a Holly Zora action figure around the world, and it got to you 5 years later. It had stickers like a cartoon from around the world. I don't know if I would want to open that anymore, considering it's basically like a special parcel now, right? Your grandma sent you tamales one time, and they got intercepted for suspicious packaging. In their defense, you did pack them like Coke packages. My grandma's mailed me like cookies and stuff before, and they've been fine. I haven't had any issues with cookies. Thankfully. I did have USPS open a bunch of my mail and like steal birthday cards that had cash in them, or steal like my credit card when I ordered a new one. I just like I miss living in a small town. You sent a rug to your buddy from Afghanistan that never made it? What the heck? So I know it makes you sick when you use UPS, Amazon, or FedEx and they get lazy and ship it off to USPS. I didn't pay USPS to deliver my package. I paid UPS too! It makes you actually angry. I've seen those handoffs before and I'm just like, but why? But why are you doing this? USPS is thieves, yeah. Yeah, it's, they're pretty shit. I do not like the postal service, I'll be honest with you. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $2. Bedroom review stream when? I don't know, maybe I should do one of those. Maybe I should see you guys' bedrooms, because I look at stuff autistically closely. It would take me a very long time to get through the submissions, because I would pay too much attention to each photo. Suja, thank you for the €5. Hello, saw a clip of one of your prior streams. WD-45 is not a good lube. Rashes and yeast infections galore. What's the difference between WD-40 and WD-45? And also, how do you know that? Your name is Sujad, so I'm assuming you're some kind of doctor, right? How many people have come in with rashes from WD-40? I do not want to see your bedroom, Junebug. Do you just live in like a trash heap? Blacklight edition. Oh my god. Anya, hold on, I'm scrolling. Jen Rollins, thank you for $2. Do not the placenta, but it's filled with vitamins! The placenta's supposed to be good for you. Why are you using WD-40 as sex lube? Well, that was my question. That's why I looked it up a few streams ago. Croissant. Danny D, thank you for the $9.99. You once had to deal with customs because their money-sniffing doggo alerted on you, and they had to make sure you weren't sneaking in over 10K in cash because that's illegal. Yeah, I don't know why it's illegal to have that much cash on you. Like, I mean, I guess it makes you really suspicious because who would need that much cash? But also, it's a goddamn free country. If I want to carry $10,000 in cash and be a money piñata walking through the Bronx, that's my prerogative, you know? Because the government wants to tax it. But they've already taxed it once! It's only illegal if you're not a career politician. True and real. Losing 7 billion is low. I mean, I guess fair, but it still sounds like a lot. Azrael Yama, thank you for the $5. FedEx is expensive as fuck, but have never done you dirty. I will endlessly be impressed every time I import something from Japan at how the Japanese National Postal Service manages to both be less expensive than all of the American options in UPS, USPS, and FedEx, and also is more reliable and faster. I I have only ever had packages show up early than the date portrayed when it comes from the Japanese Postal Service. I was like, God bless the JP Postman. Soja, thank you for the €5. Sorry, WD-40. Typo dated a hardcore dulcet girl, not a doctor. What is a dulcet? What is that? What is a dulcet girl? Hardcore dulcet. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. Dulcet girl. Dedicated to the dulcet lifestyle. Snuff, consensual cannibalism, sexual cannibalism, torture, sex, death, and fine dining. Okay, I have some questions. I have some questions. How do we go from snuff and cannibalism and torture and death, and then they just shove in fine dining? I was with them with the thematical, right? I was like, oh yeah, snuff goes together with cannibalism, and sexual cannibalism being separate from consensual cannibalism is a little weird. But you know, torture, sex, death, that all fits together in a sentence. But why is the fine dining in there? That seems a little out of place. That seems a little out of place. A dulcet is what they use to skewer a pigu. Oh, I didn't know that. Fine dining cannibalism. Nylock, thank you for the $5. Customs opened the package with a plastic model kit robot called Gunhead. Yet they never check the Gundams or Gunpla-kits. I don't know, that's weird. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I might actually vomit. Ooh. Ooh, that hiccup did me dirty. Why are they trying to greenlight snuff and cannibalism the same week they banned not safe for work monetization? Wait, what? Wait, what did they do? Sometimes you want to be a cannibal, but also really snooty and fancy. The political forum in Dulcet Girls is so chock full of left-wing anarchist nutwings. Sir, if you are going to a forum dedicated to snuff, torture, sexual cannibalism, why would you expect to find any right-wing beliefs there? I'm just like, I feel like it's a no-brainer that people posting there typically would not be of the traditional value type. I'm sure you can find some conservative cannibals somewhere, but my understanding would be that they would not be right-leaning. They're not just cannibals, they're gourmet cannibals. Conservative cannibals, the tribals. Yeah, exactly. They're somewhere in a rainforest. Not looking at lesbians fuck each other and then participate in eating someone. You know, like... There's too many goddamn leftists in my cannibal party. The right-wing version of that would be how to hunt cannibals. Yeah, it's like, you know... Like, you have to go to Scotland and find some caves to find the conservative cannibals.
Cheeseburger.
Fine dining on consensually sourced remains and lab-grown human beef on hickory wood and fine china, with quality sunset lighting for every human flesh enthusiast. Come on Tuesday for our titillating tongue specials. They go great with adobo and sweet jazz.
I got distracted halfway through your TTS because I actually clicked on the Dulcet Girls website. And there's like a, you know, old newspaper cartoon style image here of like women with, they're wearing bathing suits to be fair, but their nipples are very erect. And there's like 3 women, 2 men, and there's a woman, as somebody said, you know, the Dulcets are what they used to roast pigu, as a woman being roasted like a pigu. And they tell you to click her tit to enter the website. Warning, adult, possibly offensive content. Oh my god. Oh, the website's undergoing a complete rebuild. Okay. Alright. Oh, you can't view it without having member registration. Okay, alright. Okay, well, I'm not gonna register for that now.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 comms?
Who the fuck just says that? What do you mean? What do you mean? Didn't talk about nipple pepperoni. Didn't I talk about nipple pepperoni? I mean, probably. It sounds like something I would talk about. They probably ate the old site engineers. True. True. Napalm Bonafide, thank you for the $5. Get a few 40mm grenade rounds through customs by placing them in plain sight. Had to ditch them before flying out of the combat zone. I feel like that would have been really bad if they let someone on a plane with those, but that's just like my opinion, man. Suja, thank you for the €5. Your ex was. When you walked in on her hanging herself, you noped out. You still have the mental trauma rattling around in your head. Sex was wild, but not worth it. She does know that when you do autoerotic asphyxiation, like, the goal is to choke yourself hard and long enough to orgasm, but also so that you can unchoke yourself once you finish orgasm. You can't unchoke yourself if you literally hang yourself. Like, you can't. I don't. What? Jin Rollins, thank you for the $10. You once had a jacket that came to you in the mail for Christmas through USPS. You didn't order the jacket. They must have put your name on it by mistake. I mean, like, did somebody in your family order it? Because I'll order packages sometimes and I have them shipped to my grandparents' house. So you just left her there. Well, I'm assuming she wasn't hanging yet, you know? You can either be so fat the rope snaps or so thin you slip out of the rope. What the heck? What the heck? The website has a Kiwi Farms thread? Why does the sexual cannibalism snuff site have a Kiwi Farms thread? What? Also, in order to know that, wouldn't you have to have an account? Mr. Hilm Skitty, why do you have an account on the sexual cannibalism snuff site?
You can give me butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
Let's pray this is another CIA dummy trap website to catch the stupid cannibals who get off on it. Just like those child porn sites.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. You think there's a book written by a 17th century pirate about how to slip out of hang nooses? Half of it was unrecovered, but it had good tips. Well, that sounds like it would be an interesting read. Those evil Kiwi Farms people harrowing an innocent site yet again. Wrong website you have an account on? Oh, where? Can't unchoke yourself after you orgasm? Off to an expected start. Null is based? I mean, I don't think Null would be patronizing the sexual cannibalism snuff site. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm sure that man has his own proclivities, but I have a feeling those are not it. Oh god, you want to see the Spicy Cat do a challenge week where she streams without mentioning things that the powers that be don't want us to know about? Look, I already had to yell at an anthropomorphic spoon for talking about the Jews. Let's keep it a little low-key.
Can we back up and ask how and why the Dulcet girl used the WD-40 for the chatter that brought up the Dulcet part unprompted? Could have just said he dated a girl that tried it and it fucked up her tum-tum in the process.
But how do we know it was her tum-tum that got fucked up? He didn't say where she got the rashes. Oh, he did say that there was a yeast infection, though. Does that mean that that woman was spraying the WD-40 inside of her chucha? Oh my god. What a thing to raid in on. Hello, Nyaru. Welcome, raiders. We're learning about the Dulcet girls. Oh, it's just a website dedicated to sexual cannibalism and snuff pornography. Well, welcome, raiders. I hope your stream was good, Nyaru, and not filled with snuff porn. Raid, welcome! Welcome, Jose Garza. Thank you for the 4-month member. That's why you asked Ill Market to not send yours to Mexico. Where did you ask them to send it? For Mind Break, since he's one of my oldest moderators, I bought him Cube as a moderator tithe, as it were. And he lives in the pair of gays in South America. But I send it to, like, a P.O. box in the United States, and then he has, I don't know, I guess, like, some drug smuggler bring it to him. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but, like, I just know I send it to a P.O. box in the U.S., and then somehow it magically appears in the pair of gays for him. So mods get paid in cubes unironically? They do, unironically. Every time you come in, you walk into some cursed shit. I mean... You kind of can't avoid it when you come to my stream. You know, I just happy meat. Oh god, this is a website called Dark Porn. I don't think I should click on that. What is gynophagia? That sounds like a fear of vaginas. Gynophagia. Dark fetish fantasy that involves women ending up as food. Its a male counterpart is called androphagia. Well, I know gyno is for women, because like autogynophilia is like the fetish, right? But so I figured phagia was like, oh, they don't like it? But that would be phobia. I guess I've never seen phagia before. Phagia is eating. Thank you, chat. A sexual paraphilia based on the idea of cooking and eating women. Is there gynophagia forum? What if I just Google that? Ooh, okay, why is there... The second link is a fanfic called My Hero Gynophagia. It's a forum for vor video games. How does gynophagia connect to vor? What is happening?
Stroke?
What is that? The Forbidden Feast. The repository of gynophagia literature. The world is immoral. The irony of eating a woman's sandwich. I know. It's like coprophagia is eating. Oh yeah, you know, I know coprophagia. So I should have guessed that phagia was eating. I should have guessed that, but unfortunately I don't have brain cells. Ooh, there's a tasty subreddit. Let's go check that out. I can't show any of this on the screen, by the way, chat. So who would? What is this? Ah, that is meat shaped like a penis. I don't think I would eat that even though it's not penis. Window display. Quite the feast. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Ooh. That's going in not safe for work. I can't show this on stream, but if I had to describe a play-by-play to you of this, there are 4 women on serving trays. 2 of the women are solo. 2 of the women are together on one long serving tray. They're wearing the cute little bonnets that you put on the turkey feet when you roast the turkey. You know, they got apples in their mouths and they're being fucked with daikon radishes, and I guess those could be cucumbers. They're also very brown. Not like racial brown, but like have been turkey basted brown. How adorable. Oh, hello, Pickle! Pickle, you came at the right time. We're talking about gynophagia, where we sexualize and then eat the sexy women. You asked why it was fine dining. You just found the answer. True! True and real. My favorite topic of discussion. I didn't know that Pickle was a Dulcet girl. Oh my god. Pickle, run. What do you mean? Apparently she's into that. Girl looking like a snack. A butter-basted pan-seared snack. Unironically. I want to find a post. I asked if she wanted to make me dinner. Ah! Where's that German VTuber? Where's that German VTuber where we bonded over that fat pig roasted man in his kitchen? How for some reason both of us had a different angle picture. I can't post this on stream, but goddamn. Oh, this is another photo I think she would enjoy.
Inflate my penis like a dick balloon.
It's also a not safe for work. Yeah, Enos!
Now
Yeah,
I'm
Enos,
horny and hungry.
this one,
Gee,
there's a
Sally,
penis in
your
this one for
boyfriend
Enos.
lets you have 2 coms?
It's a very white meat salad. Oh, God. Bring out the lobster. To give you a play-by-play, there's a very naked man with his very average-sized penis laying in a giant bucket of salad. There's a whole cucumber I'm sure he's about to be sodomized with.
Rather than this.
And then outside of his salad box, there are 3 plates of sliced cucumber, sliced carrot, and tomato. He has very small he does. He does have very small testicles. I wonder if his testicles are actually small or if his sack is just like that flush with his body, because considering what he's into and where he's being posted, it's very possible that he had a home remedy surgery to have his testicles removed and eaten. I'm just saying. Someone in the comments said, the higher angle gives me some giant vibes. Like someone's cooking up the little morsel. What the fuck? Give you a random number. 7! He's living his best life. Quit making you log into Discord. I can't help it. Man, everybody in here is
Shut up.
loving...
Silly woman.
Everyone here is loving these images. Someone says, love you stuffed. And the weird salad man says, how would you stuff me? And the person replies, bread stuffing after clearing you out. Keep shoving it in from top and bottom. What? I'm jealous. I wish I was turned into a delicious meal.
Shut up. Silly woman.
5 pounds, thank you for the $2. Roundabout way, turning a cucumber into a pickle. Please do not insert a cucumber into someone's anus to then make pickle sisters. Chat, please make her stop flashing Kiercord eyes. I mean... Window display, part 1. Like the dirty dog you are. Is there any reason why I can't show this one? Okay. Oh god, the fucking comments. Oh god, the fucking comments. Okay. I can show this one. I can show this on stream because there's no there's no pictures. Also, I like that under the rules, number 1 is no lolly or Shota. They're just like, you know, we might be fantasizing about killing and eating women, but at least we don't like fictional drawings. Give you a number 100 to 1500. 1000! How about them apples? We do not condone violence. Ah, shit, did the ASMR start? In a weird roundabout way. Might be because of Reddit rules and not a subreddit specific rule. I mean, probably, but also it's still funny. I may want a socialist dystopia that will lead to the starvation of millions, but at least I don't like anime. True. True and real. They want justification. We're extreme degenerates and enjoy reprehensible practices, but at least we have standards. Manya. Jen Rollins, they give the $5. That has to be like a $5,000 dinner in Jeff Epstein's New Mexico ranch. I would like to hear the tales from the Epstein ranch. Emperor Creatine, they give the $2. Vor! Not even once. I do not understand Vor. I'm gonna be honest with you. Emperor Creatine, they give the $2. Jesus! Flooded again. You don't trust the cons? Are you seeing contradiction to the body types argument from people's comments? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who've gotten swept up in just calling anything lolly nowadays. 5 minutes ago, penis for Enos! Now you can yourself become Chimkin Nuggy. To be fair, to understand dulcet ideology, you have to have a fairly high IQ. If you want to truly ascend into another realm, don't turn to Buddhism for your enlightenment. Become enlightened through vor and sexual fantasy, and you too can be an enlightened chicken nugget. Thank you for making you envision human meat dino nuggies. You're welcome! They do not condone or support violence of any kind on the fetish sub where women are butchered and cooked into food. Bellacrix, thank you for 9-month member! It's been 9 months already. I guess you should be thankful that none of these people will ever produce children. But what if they do? What if like there's a giant orgy party, right? Like they have a nice Victorian mansion and they invite over like 50 people. And since now is the time for ethical cannibalism, they don't even have to play straws to figure out who has to take the fall for the murder. They just get someone to sign a consent form, and then they get to butcher them, and then bake them, and then eat them. And then after the meal, they use their revitalized chakras from eating the human to fuck each other and conceive weird cannibal babies. These guys give pepperoni nipples a whole new meaning. Nylock7, thank you for the $2. Are we sure these aren't the Dark Elder? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can read this whole thing, so I'll try to read it in my Boston accent instead of in my sexy accent. That might make it a bit better. Wait a second. Cannibal babies! KBs! KB! KB, is there a dark secret you need to tell us about what's going on in your life? Are you secretly a government program installed into my stream? They must have
Sorry
go
to hear
damn
about your pussy.
wound. What? Everything is better in soup? I don't know about that. Pull Boxy, thank you for the €5. Imagine one of them managed to be cleared for the birthday gangbang crossover of the century. Ayo, true? Ayo, true? It's all in how you package and sell the cannibalism. Can say like, cannibalism. This has to be fake. Well, this is fan fiction. This isn't a real story. This isn't a real story. This is just someone making up some fetish bait. You look over the indentured servant contract with fear and excitement. You understand how it works, but you're no expert. The legalese isn't easy to read, but you don't see any obvious fatal clauses. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Are you really going to sign and become a meat display in the window of a butcher shop? Okay, you can't say that there's no fatal clauses and then the next sentence is becoming a meat display in a butcher shop. Like, that has implications. You're already ruining my immersion and I haven't even had the chance to get immersed yet. Alright, Kirsche, what are we going to talk about today? I'm going to turn off stream so I won't hear it. Then why did you ask? 5 pounds, thank you for the $5. Do I think Alex Jones will use some seasoning, ketchup, maybe ranch, when he gets around to eating the leftist anuses? I'm gonna eat your ass! I'm gonna eat your leftist ass! What kind of saw fetish is this? The Neverine! Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You got a question. If the chick you're dating has split personalities, does that count as a harem? Does every time you fuck count as a gangbang? I feel like, I guess technically speaking, it would count as a gangbang, but using that logic, if you can fuck someone with multiple personalities, and thus you'd be fucking all of her personalities, what if she's one of the people who has a personality that's a minor? Does that mean you can just never fuck her, or do you become a pedophile? How does that work? how does that work? Oh god. Razorwind, thank you for the $5. Since you're from Boston, you recently tried a lobster on a roll, and holy shit, that was fucking delicious. Expensive, but delicious. I'm not a fan of lobster, but I'm glad you liked it, my guy. Jose Garza, thank you for the 50 Mexicans. You got a Pobix in Texas, and you're a couple hundred miles south of the border. Ah, that sounds like a long drive, though. Oh, you become a trans pedo. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You're using logic here. Would it be cheating or home wrecking if you didn't know about the multiple personalities and fucked the wrong one? I would be willing to bet that one of those crazy people who doesn't actually have, like, dissociative identity disorder, but believes they have a head system, would do exactly that, right? Like, they'll have some sort of Shania's the manipulative woman alter inside of my head, and she's always looking to take advantage of people, but that's not me, that's Shania. And then like Shania fronts and talks to your husband and pretends to be you. There's like, oh, this isn't Shania, this is Betty. And Betty loves you. Betty wants to suck your cock. And then you fuck Shania pretending to be Betty. And then Betty comes back to the surface, and Betty's crying, and she's upset because she had to watch Shania get fucked by you, and you couldn't tell the difference between Shania pretending to be Betty and actually Betty. So now you're in hot water, you're in the doghouse, and you got this crazy bitch who's trying to figure out what she should do with your sorry ass because you cheated on her with her multiple personality. Don't stick your dick in something that crazy, chat. That's all I'm gonna say. Cheeseburger. Nice Korean novella idea.
Thank goodness, it's Kirsche. My day didn't have nearly enough insanity. Or I can offer some possible insights. Worked as an NSFW artist for a while. Most of them are usually drawn to the nature of it being taboo in and of itself. They talk about.
I'm not gonna answer that because I don't know who that is.
And his name is John.
Phone noises. From another post in the subreddit, I understand it won't be for everyone, and a lot of people probably enjoy the more romantic style of being hand butchered and processed. But I have to say, there's something really hot about a factory. I feel like these are the people who also fantasize, right? Like, instead of keeping it in their brains where they're just like, I'm gonna get hogtied at a bar and just used by all the patrons, right? They bring that out of the fantasy realm and into reality. But then after they've participated in getting used by a bunch of strangers at a bar or a club or whatever, they have to take it a step farther. And so they're just like, you know, it might be romantic to get hand butchered by someone who really adores your body, but what if we were just in a factory? What if I was actually treated like more than just holes, but a piece of meat? And they didn't care for my feelings or my thoughts at all, but I was just a farm animal up on some hooks. I was like, how do you get to that point? How does someone get like porn brain poisoned that fucking far? No fetish shaming. Kink shaming is my kink. Fuck you, chat. Hello, Foxwoman. Hello, Duckman. Hello, Duckman. Hunter Whitehealth. Thank you for $5. Multiple personalities, vor fetishes, still no lolly and Shota. I'm losing track as to where the crazy is supposed to go. I don't know anymore, man. I'm just here for the ride. I'm just here for the ride. The years of cooming. The years of gooming. Natural selection. Razorwind VT, thank you for the $5. Would sex with a gender-bent clone be incest or masturbation? Your friend is debating this with you at the moment. What are my thoughts? Why is Fox here? Well, it wouldn't be incest because it's a clone, right? And like, if you're fucking a twin, they're still genetically different from you, so that would be incest if they were like an actual born from your mother twin. But if it's a clone of you and it's 100% your DNA and you, I feel like that would just be masturbation, right? It would still make you... Well, no, it's a gender-bent clone, so... You picked a weird time to join in. Kids are out. Why are the kids so loud? Well, at least they're not screaming the N-word today. Came across the terms teratophilia and mysophilia to describe some weird and obscure fetishes, but no one knows what those terms mean, so it's back to being weird and obscure. Are you trying to get me to Google things? I feel like you're trying to get me to Google things, and therefore I won't. Meat of Deceit. What a name for this conversation. Thank you for the $5. What on God's green earth did you tune into? You tuned into Meat of Deceit. We're talking about eating people. Clones don't have the same minds as the original. Boba Fett is considered Jango Fett's son, not himself. Help. What if you gave birth with an egg that isn't originally yours, but your mom's? Didn't we already have that? Didn't we already have that? Is the clone a 6-foot perfect copy? What does that mean? If it has a mind of its own, is it really masturbation? I don't know. Would you marry yourself? What if that's the solution? If you go too long without getting a boyfriend or a girlfriend, what if there's a government cloning program that you can clone yourself into a gender-bent version that you can then date and marry so that you don't become more susceptible to going on a mass shooting spree? It's not self-cessed or masturbation, it's just a sin against God and nature. Hunter Wycat, thank you for the $5. Since it seems to be the subject of the hour, which is worse, vor fetishes, ASFR fetishes, feeding fetish, or feet? Well, vor, obviously. That's the only one that involves murder. I don't know what ASFR is, though. S-Hounds, thank you for the $5. Pepperidge Farm remembers when being into butt stuff was the hardest of hardcore fetishes. Yeah, same! I remember when people would talk about doing anal in hushed tones because it was considered yabai and taboo. Now it's just like, well, anal's actually even more normal than just, you know, regular heterosex. Your gender-bent clone would just be you with lipstick on, same body shape, same beard. It's just losing something important. What the fuck? What if the clone is more attractive and finds a mate, but I can't? Do they get rid of me for being defective? I feel like if you're at the point where they need to prevent a mass shooting by cloning you to give you a significant other, they would implant, like, a detonation in both you and the clone's neck. And so if you and the clone ever decided to, like, part ways, they would just blow the both of you up. Because that would be what's safest for society. ASFR is petrification and drone conversion. Drone, like the thing we used to bomb kids in the Middle East, or... If we were separated over 3 miles, we both explode! You've lived long enough to see procreation be turned into a fetish and casual sex turned into the norm. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I just stick to vanilla, spicy vanilla dojins, thank you very much. At that point, why clone yourself for a mate and not some OnlyFans star donating DNA for $50? I don't know. Chill lo-fi drone strikes to relax and bomb the Middle East, too. A missionary to create a child being taboo used to be a joke, but nowadays we're pretty close to it. Imagine. I hate it. Wouldn't it just be safe to neutralize the person and not waste the time or energy to gender bend clone them? Well, that's you're looking at it from a rehabilitative approach, all right? That's why you try to fix them before you blow them up. Best cannibalism eaten by Bloodbath or Mein Teil by Rammstein? I don't know. How am I today? I don't know anymore. This is too dystopian. Uncle Ted had some good points. He did. He did do. Let's see here. So this is how it works, the butchers say, as she goes over then contract, pointing out each section. Your body becomes my property within the limits of a standard IS contract. As for the specifics of this IS contract, I'm only allowed to sell you as a live, whole, long pig. Also, I have to sell you at least 10% over the market value, and that is expensive. If I can't sell you before your contract time is up, you walk free. This kind of reminds me of those like BDSM parties in New York where they have the slave auctions, where the dominants will like get their slaves to go up on stage, and they get bid on by the men in the audience for who's going to fuck them at the end of the night. It kind of reminds me of that. You guys are saying what? But like, what do you mean? I've mentioned this on stream before. What even is this? Clueless. How very empowering. Yes. In the year of our Lord 2024, I am not going to be derogatorily used as a housewife, a slave to a single man who loves me and my children. Instead, female empowerment is putting on the shackles and being sold to men who are bidding on you to fuck your holes at the end of the night. Truly, we live in the freest time for women ever. Sounds about right for New York City. Black Cat, thank you for the 2 pounds. What the fuck did you arrive to the stream to hear? Welcome. I sell you for 10% over market value, or you go free. But what do I get out? Yeah, how much of that money do I get, honestly? Why can't you be normal? Just want to have a normal conversation. You ran into one of those on an MMO, bought a healer, and made them power level you. It's a good use of it. Some of your viewers are new. Hello, new friends. Oh god. Why do women make it so difficult to like women? You'll only hang in my window for a day. Think about it. You'll be naked and helpless hanging in my window. Everyone that sees you will see you as meat. A piece of meat for their enjoyment. And I let my patrons get very hands-on with the meat sluts on display. Poor little meat sluts get played with, tormented, even tenderized with harsh smacks until they're red. It's important that you remain tender.
I'm going to be honest, for a guy with a vor fetish, even this is too weird for me.
Did fucking Reticule write this? Fucking meat sluts? What is happening? This feels like the scene from Idiocracy. Yeah, you butter that steak, you dirty whore. That's a nice long article about how feminism was always about Satan. Sam, thank you for the $5. Have I ever read the Guts short story by Chuck Palahniuk? Feature sounding. I should read it on stream sometime. Why would I want to read that? Imagine getting engaged to Kirsche. You try to introduce her to your family, but they find clips from the stream first. Oh god. You just got here to hear meat sluts. What the fuck is this cursed information? I'm on a dulcet fantasy subreddit. That's what most guys call their penis when they masturbate. Meat slut. Somehow I don't think that's true. At least the tummy cummies had evidence, you know? The human turducken. Brothels in the Wild West used to advertise like a butcher shop, saying that they had the choicest cuts. I imagine that would be a good way to get around like the lawman figuring out your business too soon, right? But like, meat sluts. That's like an Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode. One's like, hey, Meatwad, when you gonna bring over those meat sluts? I got nice and groomed and ready for them. When are you gonna be bringing them over here? Let's make a really disgusting horror game. It would. I can see you're still not sure. After all, it's possible you could be bought. Isn't that exciting, though? Being helpless, not knowing if someone will come along and buy you, make you into their dinner. Just another meat slut getting snuffed and eaten. To be honest, though, do you know how many times I've had a patron come in and buy a live, whole, long pig? 3 at most in a year. maybe that's not as exciting. What the fuck? Gonna turn you into a beefsteak fry, man. Right, Havercause, thank you for the $5. This is even worse than the Dojin dialogue you've seen.
More milkies. More milkies. More milkies.
How does this business even survive with 3 customers? They probably sell regular meat alongside the long pigu. Argando, thank you for the whole year. Tier 3 resub, thank you! Thank you, it's been a whole fucking year. That's nuts! That's nuts! 5 hounds, thank you for the $5. Can I use the Italian voice to be a greasy landlord willing to trade rent for sex at a himbo-only hotel? It's a hotel. You don't rent a hotel. You buy a room for a night. What do you mean? Welcome to Arby's, where you are the meat. Rule 3, no real life partner seeking. Interesting. Your parents would be fine with this stream and say it makes sense. What the hell? I'll say this much, worse than who cows? Kirsche, you know what a who cow is? I've seen the word, but I don't remember it. We got ourselves some long pigu, but what about fat hog? Am I not on enough government lists? I need to collect them all. Like Pokemon.
Ooh, black guy.
Not while I'm talking about
I used
eating
to have a
women!
female friend who was unironically into this.
Oh
They
no.
were a hardcore lesbian and the only interaction they would tolerate with men is weird fetish shit like this.
That seems really weird that they were a lesbian, but they were okay with being treated as a sexual object to the point of being snuff filmed with men. Like, I don't understand that brain. Thank you for the $13. Closet hetero lesbian. It's just for a day, right? And you getting bought would be very expensive, right? You imagine all the hands fondling your body, feeling how much they want you, talking about how much they want to prepare you. Spit roast? Butcher? Oven roast? You feel yourself giving in to your desire. You tell yourself the risk is so small. You'll have a fun experience that'll make your fantasies so much more intense. Chat, don't do this. If you feel yourself slipping into goonerdom, please just don't. Little Professor Keen, thank you for the $10 doodles. Considering what some of your exes were like in the end, introducing you to my family is still a better choice. Clips and all. Be proud you're still a better woman. What the fuck? That's terrifying. I mean, like, I know I'm a decent person, but some of the shit that comes out of my mouth would scare the bejesus out of grandma, you know? You were literally about to eat 3 links of sausage as part of dinner today. Now you're gonna have to find a new dinner plan. What do you mean? It's not human sausage. It's just pigu sausage, probably. Go to butcher, acquire woman. It's always been this easy. Is this what they mean by going to the boyfriend aisle to pick up a man? Your grandma's seen a lot. Your hand shakes as you touch pen to paper. You close your eyes as quickly as you scribble your name on the dotted line, trying not to think, fearing you'll freeze up. Freeze-dried long pigu. Your eyes open, looking down at your name on the contract. You're almost surprised you did it as you let out the breath you didn't know you were holding in. Excellent! She clasps her hand together, grinning wickedly at you, her eyes looking at you hungrily. Hey, yo, cool it with the anti-Semitism. Let's get you set up, as she walks around the counter with a box she pulled out from under it. Just hold still. She strips you with practiced ease, clamping on a thick metal collar, thick metal cuffs, and thick metal ankle cuffs. Everything is moving so fast in your mind, before you know it, you're chained up in the front window with a ball gag in your mouth, the morning sun coming up. And you realize it's time to open the store, and you are now for sale. This is the weirdest Animal Crossing save file I've ever seen. Bellacrack, thank you for the $5. Tau gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all the things and all beings. The Tau was a mistake. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello, Mokina lady. Hello, how are you? I'm sorry, is the point of view a dude or a woman? I think it's a woman. I'm pretty sure. Speaking of Animal Crossing, have I seen the Animal Crossing house with the glory hole wall? No. What? Can we talk about Sweet Baby Ink? Let's see. The butcher walks around you, taking pictures of you with her phone. She probably has a website. Most businesses do. You strain at your chains with excitement. I understand they're setting the scene, but like, she probably has a website. Most businesses do. Just finished making curry for lunch. Is there human meat in your curry? What if the baby was actually sweet? What if they ate that baby? Sweet Baby Inc. is buying fetuses from abortion clinics to eat them at their barbecues in Virginia. For legal purposes, that is a joke. Not this time, just chicken. Hold on, wait a minute. Well, I'm betting you didn't read that contract very closely, so just in case. When I said you'll be a display for a day, I meant 24 hours. And since I only officially stay open for 8 hours a day, you'll have to be put on display for the next 3 days. She smiles sweetly at you. I'm also allowed to keep you locked up in my butcher shop until when closed until you fulfill your contract. That seems like it's actually illegal, right? Like you should have these stipulations written in print in the contract. I feel like you could get a lawyer here. Go to Legal Mindset and be like, Mr. Legal Mindset, sir, I signed a contract to be a meat slut in a butcher shop window, but they didn't actually tell me that it wouldn't be for 24 hours straight. And so now I am being imprisoned in their basement. What is my legal recourse? Honestly, not the weirdest smut you've seen. Remember, you're ball gagged. Jesus Christ. Also, I want to tell you something very important, she says as she moves so close you feel her breath on your lips, her eyes staring into yours. I didn't lie when I said that a patron coming in and buying a live whole long pig only happens 3 times a year at most. She licks her lips. But I do have groups come in who pool their money so they can have a meat slut like you for their meal. Isn't that exciting? I bet it makes a little meat slut like you all hot and bothered. Go well, doesn't matter now. You're up for sale. What the fuck? What the fuck? Long pig, the other white meat. Stay at the butcher for 6 months talking to lawyers and setting the legal cases. Oh, they were having a sale on meat sluts. Buy 1 full-length meat slut at full price. Get 1 midget meat slut for free. Part 2 of that story is also available. I don't know if I can handle part 2 of that story, dude. I don't know if I can handle that. Who cows should be careful what they wish for? Hey, here's that. Oh, human cow. Oh, that makes sense. It's just a shortening. Man. Do not. Oh, man. Slut meat aware. The German guy is still in jail, remember? The one that actually commandabilized? Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Execution. Oh, that's anime execution. They have her hair tied up. That looks really silly. New comics, family traditions. Big-breasted bimbo ready to eat. The artwork of all of this shit just looks so fucking weird. Like, all of the artwork, like, how is this sexy? I don't fucking get it. Good day. You've come with a bag of jokes at a capped cost of pocket lint and or left socks left in the dryer to be paid a future unspecified date after service is rendered. I don't know if you got the chutzpah to hang out in here, dude. Mr. Bot Joke Man. You pumped into this and you hear Meat Slut. What in the heck? Meat Slut would be a good Discord name. I think we're getting out of the gynophagia fucking hole, dude. I just like, I think a Sizzling Slut's a dulcet restaurant. We're getting out of this hole. We're getting out of here. We're fucking getting out of here. Holy shit. Holy fuck. First time chatter. Hang on, BRB left my car keys and my khakis. What? It was a bad time to have dinner. I think you mean the best time to have dinner. This is how you grow strong.
Mom, I don't want long pigu for dinner anymore. Could we just get McDonald's?
This isn't getting out of the hole. We're on a fucking ATV course. Meat Slut would be a funny alt persona for me. What do you mean? That would just be like a Meat Slut would just be like an OnlyFans person. We have a leg of McDonald's at home. McDonald's. Oh my god. What a good time to park and eat the Costco sushi. I don't know if I would trust Costco sushi. I've never eaten at Costco, so maybe it's fine, but you know. There's a streamer that uses the term slut meat in a non-sexual way. Her username is based on a band name or a name of an album. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're watching someone with a name like Skinned Teen and they use the term slut meat, I have a feeling that they are very on the edge of talking about dulcet women. I'm gonna be real honest with you. You're gonna take what you learned in the stream to use your horror writing campaign building. Next time your group bumps into a group of ogres, this will be how they talk.
Raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Gonmondo! Gonmondo, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders. The hot dogs from Costco is good. I have heard a lot about the Costco hot dog. Costco pizza, surprising. I've never been to a Costco. Maybe I should go one of these days. Do the greeters start telling you they love you yet? Because if I walk into a Costco and I get hit with the "Welcome to Costco, I love you," I might just continue shopping there forever. Are you thinking of lactation? Costco tendies date?
Mindbreak, your cube has arrived.
They tell you to fuck off if you don't have a card, but if I do have a card, they'll tell me they love me and then they'll give me the hole punch that I got my I love you for the day. Costco pizza reminds you of Chuck E. Cheese pizza. I haven't eaten Chuck E. Cheese pizza since I was a single-digit child, so... How have you never been to a Costco? My grandparents shopped at BJ's, because BJ's was closer than Costco. And I've never lived near a Costco. Ask Mari_EN. Is she gonna take me on a Costco date? Is she gonna take me on a date to a Costco? And we can Lady in the Tramp one of their giant hot dogs? Can walk in to eat without a card, just go through the exit. If they ask, just say you're going to the service desk. Oh. There's no limit on how many times they'll say they love you in a day. You see, that seems like the silly thing that I would film in public, right? Filming myself going to a Costco for the first time and asking all of the Costco employees I encounter if they will tell me that they love me because I am sad and lonely and looking for affection inside a Costco. You wonder if Costco could get a VTuber and do something close to Idiocracy I love you thing. That means you haven't eaten Charles E. Entertainment pizza since before PCs existed. That's rude. Feel like you know which BJs I'm talking about? Fellow masshole, get your mind out of the gutter, woman. I don't know how many BJs there are, so you might be. The road that the BJs is on, or like the highway next to the BJs, typically doesn't have lines painted on it frequently. I still remember being up there after winter with Tim one year, and he was just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people up here? This is a 4-lane highway, and there's no fucking lines! And I was like, well, in Massachusetts, you make your own lines. You make your own destiny. And he was just like, no, I hate it here.
It's disorienting that hoo cows are the most normal fetish mentioned on a ish stream. At least that one focuses on the lactation and milking, not whatever the fuck that dulcet shit is.
Spider God, thank you for the $7. And yeah, no, that's kind of true.
It's kind of true. Where we're going, we don't need lines. You've never had that issue? You just tell them you're there for the food, man. You're shocked that Chuck E. Cheese still exists? I'm not only not shocked that Chuck E. Cheese still exists, but I'm not surprised that they're the kind of shit cunt company that would, like, make up a new name for a pizza place, Pasquale's Pizza, to pass it off as, like, a local food chain, but it's actually just a Chuck E. Cheese ghost kitchen. God, I fucking hate ghost kitchens.
Binary Mind, why are you posting milk in my chat? Why are you milking right now?
Professor Keen, thank you for the $5 doodles. Should see the clips of degenerate single women looking for a man in Home Depot. It's more pathetic.
Wait, but you guys told me I should do that.
What the fuck are these kids doing? Mr. Beast Burger, Ghost Kitchening, and Bertucci's? That's weird as fuck. Oh god, there was more sups left than I thought. Hold on. There's more sups left than I thought, and I almost spilled it out of my mouth and dropped it on myself, but it's okay, I swallowed. Do kids yell slurs again? If they are yelling slurs, I haven't heard them. As long as you don't make clips of it. Wait, single women go to the Home Depot? You need to go get some tools now. You can find them in the gardening section, or wandering around looking at wood, being lost, trying to attract a man who will explain things. Home Depot and Costco are completely different kinds of stores. True. True and real. Speaking of true and real, I had found this toodaloot about Marxism is great for a designer, and then the lesson learned thing. And some guy, some beautiful little guy responded to my post, and they're like, I found the panel. I'll post this in stream suggestions. It's from 2016. That's kind of crazy. If it's like actually that old. Why is it being reposted now? #1 educational resource for the game industry. Paradox, click to unmute. I'm clicking. This is like 44 minutes.
Well, hello everyone. Before I begin, I'd just like to ask all of you to put your mobile phones onto silent, please. Well, here we are. It's 5:30 on a Thursday.
This is how I imagine Proctor would sound if he didn't sound like a femboy.
Or early evening. But for those of you who are game designers,
you know the best part about this? You have to pay about half a grand to get into GDC and do the special events.
I'd like to thank you and welcome you to this talk entitled
Is that why all of the fucking game devs like put up Patreons and fucking GoFundMe so they can go?
QA at Paradox Development Studio. Now, archaeologists.
Oh my god, you got louder.
Digging the way and the real great one, of course, is
history is full of stupidity. Let's make this big. Can I make this big? There we go. I was like, what? Important decisions that are vital for historical immersion are also rather stupid. You'd think Germany would have learnt something after losing World War I. You would think if you're going to make a presentation at the Game Developers Convention, you would make an attempt to distinguish between losing and loosing. This isn't Twitter.
This is World War II. We're going to start at
Crusader
the beginning.
Kings 2.
Early.
A game set in the Middle Ages focused around the family. Obviously has the odd crusade.
It focuses primarily on family and dynasty. and it has the odd
Dynasty.
crusade in it. And just a little diversion here when we talk about game precision. For this kind of time period, the further we move away from Europe, from Central Europe and Near East, and the more we move out eastwards, the less information we actually get about who lived there. And so when it comes to drawing things like definite borders and actually even trying to work out exactly who lived there, our sources are sparse. So we've actually had to use...
Couldn't they just, like, use the internet? I feel like, and I might be wrong, but I feel like when they move east of Europe, like, the Balkans and Russia and Asia all collectively have really long and rich histories that you can find out about by just, like, researching. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe we really don't know anything about these countries historically. Why are they waffling over lines when they make half of ancient Japan black? Oh, God. Only the Europeans kept accurate records. Sounds rather racist of you, Mr. Game Dev. A lot of information has been lost. I mean, I'm aware of, like, library burnings and shit, but still. China was all about record keeping. Yeah, especially China, I feel like would be pretty decent about record keeping. Sadly, the Cultural Revolution didn't help. Yeah, I mean, they did have a Cultural Revolution where a bunch of shit was probably lost, but, you know. If you would have paid $500 for that conference and this is the level of information, I would be pissed, right? Right? This guy doesn't seem that bright. China's not in Crusader King games, so it cannot be counted. Well, he said moving farther east, and it's like, I guess the issue with documenting Middle Eastern history, which I don't know a lot about Middle Eastern history, so I could be wrong, but I feel like there is probably still decent documentation. However, since that region has basically been in firefighting conflict for thousands of years, I also can think that probably drawing definitive borders would be pretty difficult for that region specifically, but also, if you don't have anything to be 100% historically accurate, you can still take from what the knowledge you do have is, right? Middle East is fine, but Siberian nomad borders are a bit tricky. We know plenty about Middle Eastern history. You have to get back to the Bronze Age to really have questionable record keeping. DRT is king, they the $5. The North Persian / modern day Stan nation were lost when the Mongols Mongoled over everything.
But game developers would have me believe that white peopled over everything.
Again, there was the Great Leap Forward that screwed over some of the nation's records of the 1800s. No history before me was a common tactic across the classical world, unfortunately. He's a Marxist. Maybe he just likes to think that the East is populated by post-apocalyptic Amazon tribes. Holy shit. Are children screaming in the background? Yes. Thankfully, they're not screaming the N-word right now, but they are screaming. I guess it's probably because it's like 4:38, so they're out of school? Question mark.
It was essentially our best guess of how the world looked. And although this is unfortunate, there was no other way we could actually make the game.
I feel like you don't have to literally guess. I feel like there are still resources you can use to make a more educated estimate rather than just guessing. What he's saying here is accurate.
But, however, our main event, religious schisms. What we have is a situation where you have what is a single faith that splits into two. And this is vitally important into the game because of the whole crusading aspect.
Yeah, I can understand that.
If you're going
that
out
makes
in a
sense.
holy war, you need to know who you can holy war against and who can join in the fun. So we need to nail down what religion you are very clearly. So if we look actually at the schisms of the period, we had the East-West schism, which was the Orthodox and Catholic Christian churches having a little fallout. But when we actually look at what happened, it began with absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with religion at all. In fact, there was a rampaging band of Normans loose in southern Italy, causing problems.
Rampaging gang of normies!
When they released CK3, They put Riga, city I live in, on wrong side of the river, and Riga is in Europe.
That seems a little weird. That seems like faulty planning, I suppose. I mean, I guess unless part of the city had moved from ancient times, question mark, but like, I don't know, man. I've never heard of your city, I'm sorry.
For both the Pope and the Byzantine Emperor. So they began to sit down and discuss what to do about this. And then the Ecumenical Patriarch, the head of the Orthodox Church, sensing some weakness on the papal side, decided to tidy up a few theological disputes in favour of the Orthodox Church, naturally. Now, the Pope didn't take this one too well and sent his own representatives off to Constantinople to disagree, and it ends up, of course, with mutually assured excommunication in 1054, which was obviously disappointing all round. Then, of course, is this really the great point where they schismed? I mean, we do have a very pedantic point to argue about, which is excommunication is denial of communion. It says you no longer can join in entirely. But in order to deny people communion, they actually have to be in communion. So you can get into this very technical, pedantic argument that maybe they still are all one glorious team.
What?
And you also have the kind of thing that the Pope and the Emperor did continue to actually get along. In 1095, the Emperor appealed to help from the Pope to help against the Turks. And instead of going burn in hell, heretic, the Pope actually preached the First Crusade, and the massed ranks of Latin Christendom came to the help of the Eastern Emperor, which is very strange for two churches who have completely fallen out. In fact, some historians put the date at 1204, when the Crusaders decided to sack Constantinople, which didn't go down well at all with the locals. But see,
why is this guy explaining
really
history in black and white PowerPoint? He's talking about Crusader kings.
And
how they tried to make it very accurate.
The Pope in Rome and the Ecumenical Patriarch in Constantinople vying for supremacy. They want to be first amongst equals. But they're also trying to get along as well. So we look through and we see just a number of events that steadily see them diverging. For example, the Pope would crown his own emperor in 800 AD, which was obviously a bit of an affront to the Eastern Emperor in Constantinople. And there are other great schism, of course, is the Sunni-Shia split. And again, this starts with absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with religion. It's actually about who should succeed the Prophet Muhammad when he died. And there were those who favoured his son-in-law Ali. They became collectively known as the Party of Ali. And he would actually become caliph in 656, and then he would get murdered in 661.
Oh.
And his supporters would then transfer their support to him and his heirs, known as the Alids. Now, this party of Ali would obviously evolve into Shia Islam. So when we talk about history as a process, here we see an event in 661, which actually
who should succeed the prophet has
day.
Nothing to do with religion.
That's the kind of time frames you can
I
look
guess,
over.
I guess it's a little strange to me that, like, being a prophet could just be passed down through lineage, like it was a royal lineage kind of thing. I guess I never really thought about that, because since I grew up Catholic, like, Jesus didn't have kids, right? So it's just like, oh, there is one son of God and he did not have children. So it's just not something I ever, like, put any sort of brain power into. You didn't know that they appointed new prophets? I mean, I thought people just got, like, you would become a prophet, right? Not like be born and then by birth you are naturally a prophet. You're gonna make me glow. Jesus also didn't have regional power. True.
You can give me butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
I wish this guy would have dressed in a friar's robe.
You know, he would look pretty good as a friar. I can agree. There was more than one prophet in the Bible. Yes, I know, but I'm saying, like, they became prophets, right? Like, they weren't born a prophet. And, like, they're talking about Muhammad having kids here. So it's like, it's not, I never thought about, could you be born a prophet? Because it just never was something that ever entered my brain sphere. You gotta reveal some prophecy to be a prophet? Yeah. Dude looks like he lives around the friars. Friar Tom. There's one sect that believed Jesus married and banged Mary Magdalene. What?
But again, this was not really a religious dispute.
Muhammad is considered the last prophet, they were looking for the caliph or leadership. Well, like, I mean, I'm just going by what this guy is saying. And he said that they would, like, consider his son the prophet, and then they were looking for someone to inherit that and also be the caliph. I don't know how right he is, because I don't know shit about this. So I'm just going by what this man's saying. He's kind of wrong. I wouldn't doubt that, because he is a man at a video game developer conference. Certain Muslim places also saw Moses as a prophet. Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene are different people? No, I'm aware of that. I know that. This man's actually dying in real time. Please be careful. Wait, what do you mean?
The Alids and their supporters were opponents of the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphs, and so therefore they were again just vying for political supremacy. But in this kind of arena, it makes a lot of sense to brand your opponents as unbelievers, not following the true faith,
That's
to
true.
undermine their legitimacy. So what really drives this is politics rather than religion. And even to this day, of course, Shias take part in the Hajj to Mecca, which is apparently the mark of a true Muslim. So you've got to ask yourself, is there really a religious schism or isn't there? You know, it's just not very clear. And in fact, religions themselves evolve over time. The Catholic Bible was not nailed down till 546.
What does that mean?
You know, the whole tenets of Catholic and Orthodox dogma have steadily evolved over the years.
Also,
and Sunni
wait.
Islam.
He said out loud 546, but on the slide it says 1546. Wait. What does this mean? I'm a little confused. How is any of this not religion? DRT is cake. Thank you for the 5. Historically sound so far. The Caliph isn't a prophet. He's an emperor/pope man. Pope man! Suja, thank you for the €5. Ark would be able to give you an extensive and correct rundown of the Crusades. I feel like maybe sometimes we should do, like, history lessons. Refresh our brains, learn something new. That'd be interesting.
Being 600 years younger than Catholicism was obviously even in more flux in our time period. The great, Islamic
1546
schools
when
of
the Council of
jurisprudence
Trent
were only just starting
reiterated
to
the
evolve.
biblical canon
So
of the
during
Catholic
the
Church.
CK2 time period, what it was to be a Sunni Muslim was actually changing over the whole time period, which means that if you're trying to identify a point of breakage between two religions, what you're trying to hit is a moving target inside a moving target. And for trying to set up precise game mechanics, this is a problem. So our solution, ignore it.
True!
Just hope it goes away. Yeah, we just simply make them separate religions from the start. Now, I know this probably sounds a bit controversial. We pride ourselves in our historical gains, and the first thing we say is we'll freely discard history when it suits us, but sometimes that's just what you have to do. Because what you have to ask yourself is how much time you're going to have to invest in a game feature versus how much a player will gain from it. And in the case of these schisms, when we looked at it, the problem just started to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And for quite a lot of time, the player just wouldn't care what kind of infidel you were, just as long as he could fight you. So it really is a question of effort versus payoff.
Who cares who the infidel is?
This
Just
is a
kill
question
him.
of scope. As a game designer, you have to set the limits of your game design. If you look at shooters, they do spend a lot of time on war, but they don't look so deeply into anti-war protesters, even though you could argue that this is an important part of warfare.
Why would a game that focuses on warfare care about what the anti-war protesters have to say? Like, if I'm playing a game about war and like there's some sort of like story build up, and I'm marching in like a military procession where it's like a little parade thing before I get sent off to some shithole country to bomb them back to the Stone Age, and there's like anti-war protesters on the sidewalk in my video game, I should have the option to just murder those anti-war protesters, right? Because it's a video game. And I'm just saying, if Red Dead lets you murder the feminists, I should be able to kill the anti-war protesters. Outside a kill the protesters side mission, I don't know. based video game. In real life, I don't like waging war. In video game, I'm just gonna kill the most annoying people. That's just what I'm saying. That's what he's saying. Is it? Is that what he's saying?
But you know, just because something is relevant or important even doesn't mean that your game has to actually kind of handle it. You can just kind of say,
sound like a setup
no.
to a point where they justify doing the bare minimum work for a historical accurate work.
I don't know.
Really feels like they are about to put up something slipshod while defending putting their personal politics in the highlight.
Give war a chance. I mean, they did just say they simplified it, and I can understand why you might need to simplify it, but it still sounds funny when you had that much build-up to just be like, yeah, but we just don't care. we're just gonna pretend the problem doesn't exist.
Crumby? Crumby cousin to Cramby. Thank you for the $5.
we'll push that to one side, and what we'll do is we'll focus on other things. Because what you include in your game is also a decision of what not to include. You know, you're dealing with a finite budget, you only have finite resources, there's only so many things you can do. So one of the roles as designer is to pick and choose what goes into a game. So, on to our next game, which is Europa Universalis 4.
I thought the Marxism slide was supposed to be in the Crusader Kings portion.
Discovery.
But now we're going over to Europa Universalis.
We're now going to play countries. And you're kind of looking at their growth and their expansion through this whole time period. We kind of start with a very fragmented, really powered Spain as a Greek. So if you can have a gold and silver mines had, being rather simple thing to do. Historical event. Happy to see Mexico
rely on your game
the
mechanics.
players feel challenged as well. The colonies really didn't pay. Especially once you added up building a navy to defend the sea zones between your colonies, sending troops down to defend them.
I'm a little confused here. If colonies didn't pay, why did we colonize the world? And by we, I mean like the British. the British and the Spanish. If colonies weren't worth it, why did they keep doing it? He's partially correct. You're missing context. He's talking about the game. Well, I mean, he's been talking historically. Trade in rare resources. This is in hindsight. Smart players won't colonize. I mean, I guess he could be talking about only in the game and not the historical context. I'll rewind and listen to this part.
Africa. And in any style, any historical grand strategy game, sources of conflict are always valuable to have. You want to create them because this helps drive the game. But our problem here is that colonies really didn't pay. Especially once you added up building a navy to defend the sea zones between your colonies, sending troops down to defend them. The overwhelming majority of colonies...
Okay, yeah, he's not taking historical context for this. It's literally just in the context of the game. Which makes more sense. This makes a lot more sense. Like me when I play fucking Civilization.
From Crusader Kings to Stellaris, but EU4 scares me.
When I play Civilization, I don't like having a lot of city-states. Fuck them. Fuck the city-states.
Nah, this is a bait and switch. We couldn't include this because it was complicated. So because it's so complicated, we gotta change stuff from time to time. Also, don't pay attention as we make the game focus on our personal politics. That just a coincidence.
Okay. Alright, hold on. So this is the colonies didn't pay. Okay, let's start with the interpretation and how this goes into Marx. We finally found it.
However, so this is a question of historical interpretation, because despite the fact that colonies didn't pay, people still went off and colonized.
Okay, wait, hold on. Now he's connecting it to history.
Some people suggested it was all about being prestigious. To be a great power, you needed colonies. Other people suggested that it was actually a way of distracting people from domestic issues. You know, you have a nice foreign adventure, and then that'll be in the newspapers. However, there is one man who can explain everything, and that is Karl Marx. He's a great man.
Oh boy.
Because for him, it was all about a struggle for raw materials. It was about markets. It was about, guaranteeing that your factories had goods and you had a captive population to buy your goods as well.
Is he making an argument that colonizing good, but only when the communists do it? Is that what I'm hearing? Am I high? Am I crazy? Jesus fucking Christo. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And with Victoria 2, the game has a very strong economic model. And this kind of really dovetails very nicely into it. So we can then set up a nice reward mechanic for people to colonize, which has nothing to do with the actual expense of colonization, but it's more a benefit to your wider economy. So Marxism is great for a designer.
Oh, here's the slide.
I do recommend it. It takes a very deterministic approach to history. It's a very mechanistic one, so it converts very naturally into game mechanics. Before socialism, there must be capitalism. Marx is very clear on this. And I know it sounds crazy talk, I know it sounds a bit like communism, and that's because it is communism.
Oh no.
But when you turn this into a design, it's actually great to work with. If you tell the designers, if you tell the programmers that if capitalism power equals 100, then socialism, they go, great, I can work with this.
What?
So it's far better than flags falling out of the sky.
What?
So if you choose to use a historian, it's not really actually an endorsement. You're not actually trying to peddle anything like this, unless you want to.
Oh, wait, hold on. You did say he was a great man, though. Like, you were complimenting him, and then you're just like, but that doesn't mean it's an endorsement.
I'm a little confused.
Of course, I mean, Gene Roddenberry made quite a career out of that. So there's no need to start the revolution. Because historians don't always agree. The cynical would probably remark that that's how they make their money. But I never said that.
What?
So it always pays to shop around. Look at the various historical interpretations and find the one that's going to kind of dovetail nicely into your game. What game experience you're trying to offer people. And then look for the historian that kind of will tie these two things together. So let's now move on to our next game. It's Hearts of Iron.
I am very, it's called tipping your hand. Like the girl who only hires black people to feel safe and then says that white people aren't dangerous. I get that man a CPAP. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird to me. That's a little weird to me. Cherry Pickett. You wish he would stop writing about capital and acquire some for himself? Marx's own mother in a letter to a friend. Danny D, thank you for the $4.99. You're tired of being reasonable? Get the helicopters! Instead of paying the Marxist debt with money, how about we pay them with social media likes and handshakes? Well, I'm glad we have a bit more context here. Holy shit, what did you turn into? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the $5. Anti-war protesters, looking at you. Hanoi Jane. Never gonna let you live that down. Help. Help. JWT6577, thank you for the 5. Marxism is good for game programming because it completely dehumanizes people. Marx, like modern socialist, was a rich brat who never worked a day in his life. This dude's resting fat breath, funny for a commie. Keep in mind, he works for Paradox, a company that engages in the most egregious aspects of capitalism by charging overpriced microtransaction-like DLCs. He's trying to shill for communism. I find it interesting because, and let me try to get out of this. There we go. Without scrolling. There was this Taka person said, one time I joked about learning about Marxism at GDC because I was at a panel about how Victoria 2 used historical materialism in game design, and it blew up so much that someone on Reddit said it was a part of an attempt to turn agile software development Marxist. And, I mean, based on the context that we just saw, I did not take that as a joke. He's just a developer. He doesn't sell the games. Can we get a supercut of this guy just breathing? What the heck? Buy all your Stellaris DLC from CD sites. Save money. Well, this guy did some more. The first slide, a bit past 2246, appears to be a descriptive slide on how dialectical materialism lends itself well to the artificial design of a historical simulation game like Victoria 2. Having scrubbed through the entire presentation, it doesn't contain slide 2, which I'm trying to track down now. King's lecture is a discussion of game mechanics, history being largely imprecise and sometimes stupid, with numerous examples of what aspects of history lend themselves to game mechanics. How Paradox games have incorporated historical events in a very broad sense in their past titles, and how to best integrate history into your game without trivializing it or massively ballooning its scope. It's actually very interesting, and I'll have to watch it in full later. Here's the slide deck and video link the second slide is from. The second slide is lessons learned, the invitation, the selection process, education, privilege and oppression, microaggressions, I think that says white fragility and call out culture. Unable to view the post, they limit it? Okay, interesting. Where am I? I'm here. It's from GDC Vault. There's two videos. Here's more information on the presenter, Ida Marie Toft, and the incubator program that she ran. So I guess let's open the first link. GDC Vault. GDC Critical Hit Safer Space Lessons from an Inclusive Games Collaboratory by Ida Marie Toft, co-director of Critical Hit. Thanks to Hexagram, Gina Harasti, Jess Marcotte. I don't recognize either of those names. Critical Hit was a 10-week summer program between 2013 to 2015. Incubator residency educational program with 14 to 16 participants per year. Critical Hit's Diversity History, 2013, no safer space policy. 2014 was a safer space policy with no issues reported. 2015, more issues were reported than previous years. Invitation, promise a salary, safer space policy, team of directors, selecting people, 8 women, 7 men, 1 genderqueer. Race was 50% Caucasian and 50% various other ethnicities. Geography, 20% not Euro-Americans, 50% North Americans, 30% Europe. Introducing safer spaces, microaggressions, first report, tiny comments that seem innocent, but those really hurt. I can speak up more because I had those people and I did have their support. I now feel like when there is conflict, I don't have to just accept it. I can say it is not okay and it is not my problem. I wasn't used to that before. Okay. Microaggressions, polarization, empowering, perfect safer spaces, image material, jargon, safe space policy. This sounds like not a lot of interesting stuff to read here. Lessons learned. Okay, so this is the slide that was on the board. This is the slide. So maybe the second link will have a video. Hell yeah! This is an hour fucking long. This is an hour fucking long.
Even though in 2014 there was no issues reported around safer space issues, but later dominated by the mostly North America, it was also located at these things, and it was only because we had Kim on the team again that we actually got to know about these issues.
Wait, hold on.
Easy for us to... It was very kind of hard to get the participants to trust us to talk about these things, and it was only because we had Kim on the team again.
I don't know who this Kim she's talking about is, but I know that Kim Belair is the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. I would like to believe that this is a different Kim entirely, but I don't want to watch an hour-long video right now to find out exactly. She wears her hair like a boy. Marx was a smelly meat, literally never washed themselves. The only time he got washed was by force in hospitals. Talking about inclusivity, did I see that we need to make Dungeons and Dragons, or make Dungeons and D&D wheelchair accessible? Need to comply with the ADA standards and make all hallways at least 3 feet wide. DM, can I roll to just murder our cripple so we don't have to worry about that in the dungeons? This was a Montreal-based program? Yeah, but since she just said Kim, we don't know who Kim is exactly. And there wasn't... If I exit this, there wasn't a name of Kim, like, on this? There wasn't a name of Kim, like, on here. They named a couple of other people, Gina and Jess, but I didn't see a Kim. Session name, speaker, Concordia, business management, overview. Like, I don't see any Kims here. You have trouble paying attention to her lecture, didn't catch the Kim stuff. That's just interesting. I'll have to, like, maybe watch the whole thing on my own and, like, pick out more interesting parts.
That we actually got to know about these issues. That's just to say, again.
What year was this? 2016. This was before Sweet Baby was created.
It's very important to note, to kind of point out that these issues, most of them were not overt, deliberate actions. It was very subtle. I think as most discrimination, it was super, unattended, and people who were aware of these actions were, people who were responsible for the actions were not aware that they were causing harm. So,
probably mean before Sweet Baby went above ground. I mean, I'm pretty sure
participants say
weird ghosts existed at this time.
These tiny actions that are so innocent, and those are the actions that really hurt, right? So it's like, I think paying attention to these tiny things is incredibly important. In critical hit, we the microaggressions, these things are often referred to as microaggressions, and the examples that came were that people were saying statements that kind of reinforces stereotypes. We had mansplaining. We had people who refused to listen to...
You were told the Alex Jones of VTubers. Welcome!
To some people, some teammates and their opinions and concerns. We had people who were making fun of the safer space policy and not taking it seriously.
And that's because it's not meant to be taken seriously. It's ridiculous.
I think it's very, it's worse.
There was a Kim McAlufi at GDC in 2016. They gave a presentation. Been there, done that. Industry women share experiences and advice. You'll post it. Thank you. Yeah, like, just saying Kim, there's only one Kim name in my brain, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same Kim. Shouldn't make logical leaps without actual evidence, you know? Kim Zahir.
Paying attention to who takes up space, who feels comfortable making noise, who feels comfortable choosing what we listen to, what was the music that was playing on the speakers.
Why does the music that's playing on the speakers matter? What?
So, of course, many of these things are so subtle, and they're part of, you can say they're part of any collaboration, and it's very hard to know when to act as organizers. They seem very minor, but it's very important, I think, to pay attention to these things, because it's the tiny details where the global power structures of sexism, racism actually have their effects.
What?
So as back to microaggressions, as
oh my god, her laptop looks hella damaged.
Part of these dynamics, we did the mistake of forgetting to include one of the participants. I mean, this just to bring an example. We forgot to bring one of the participants in on the Twitter list, which seems like a really minor thing, but for this participant, it made them almost leave the program. And I think it's really important to...
Because you forgot to include their name on a Twitter link? I'd be like, hey, yo, you left my name out. Can you just make another tweet? Like, there's no need to, like, freak the fuck out. I don't understand.
To kind of recognize that these minor things can have huge effect for someone who has been experiencing exclusion and discrimination of similar kind throughout their whole life.
I just don't believe you.
It can be really hard to kind of interpret whether an action like that is actually an innocent mistake or is charged with discrimination.
I would say if it's charged with discrimination when you ask them to make a new tweet and they say okay and then they don't make a new tweet, then it would make it obvious that they just don't like you. It might not be for racist or sexist reasons, but they made it obvious that they just don't like you. Most of these people look at the part of this mental illness 1,000 yard stare. something as minor as that triggered them, starting to see a link between minors and these people, that they have the same mental capacity?
Some kind. So it's this issue with the Twitter list, for example, was resolved because the person chose to trust in us and to talk to us. But many of the things were not, many of the issues were not resolved like that.
If there's an issue, you gotta say something about it,
There was not
though.
enough trust.
That doesn't mean it's a
and comfort
microaggression.
in the space for people to actually bring out these issues, which was a huge disappointment for both us as organizers, but also...
You can't make me!
Society really fell off when we started listening to unmarried women without children. Also, her European accent is the cherry on top for seeing how authoritarian this all is.
Yeah? It's kind of nuts. I'm hoping she goes to that slide soon, because I know the slide that we were looking for was shortly after she was talking about this. Oh no, mean tweet! The space is unsafe! Yeah, the fluorides there really going strong. The gaslighting of these types getting angry about bringing politics into gaming while enforcing actual systemic political agendas within the entire industry. I mean, again, the gaslighting is necessary. If you can't say what you are seeing with your eyes and you're told that no, the reality that you're perceiving is wrong, you shouldn't say those things, you're crazy, you're racist, you're bigoted, you're a child who doesn't understand anything, the more that they can demean you and twist the reality around you, the less credibility you're going to have to the masses who are consuming media. That's why all of the journalists circle the wagons and continue talking about the lies and gaslighting you into believing a false reality. I was just like, fuck dude, I'm sick of it.
Also for the people who had only, joined because there was a safer space policy that stated that this was possible.
I feel like if you only take a job if they have a safer space policy, that means that you are likely a problem employee who is just trying to sniff around to either like power creep people around you or looking to take advantage of a company because you get to complain about things that quite literally don't matter.
I think this silence is very important to kind of point out a little bit, because that created like a tension or a polarization between people in the program who were familiar with the concepts of safer space issues and those who were less familiar with the concepts. And this silence was kind of very dominating and became very hostile, I think, of the space. It's very important to understand how tiring it can be to constantly being the one who points out these different kinds of discrimination.
And remember, this is in 2016, and recently we've watched the interviews from like 2022, 2023, talking about how you have to embody the work. You have to embody the work, and not just at your job, but when you leave work, your work doing the work never ends. And that can be exhausting. So you need to look up different ways to fill your cup when you get tired of having to constantly be doing the work. Soka Alpaca, thank you for the 1,000 yen. Good morning. Who is this wench? She is a wench who gave a speech at Games Conference in 2016.
Especially when you don't know what kind of reaction you might get, whether the people will understand it or whether they will react defensively, either by maybe dismissing it or trying to explain that it didn't happen. Or
actually you, the one trying to gaslight people into believing there's a problem, you're actually not doing that. It's the people who want to tell you there is no problem who are doing the gaslighting. Man, we had a problem with this in my Discord as well. When we're just like, hey, yo, talking about historical facts is not, anti-Semitism. If you're gonna talk about how Jewish people owned slave ships, that's not anti-Semitic. That's just something that happened in history. And then being told when my mods reiterate that's gaslighting. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. That was a new hiccup. Gaslighting into thinking they're not gaslighting. Yeah, you have to know that you are on the right side of history, and those who are trying to tell you that you're crazy or spouting nonsense, they're the real gaslighters.
Or even being angry or trying to attack back. So these are some of the common reactions that one might experience when pointing out microaggressions. So
and like this also explains very easily why all of the journalists, all of the game developers, when people point out that they're the ones who started the harassment campaign, Sweet Baby employees are the ones who went after just a random dude on Steam who made a group to point out the games that Sweet Baby worked on using public information from their own website. Not only do they want that group to be taken down, even though it didn't violate any TOS on Steam, they wanted to get that man's own Steam account banned because apparently he valued his video games. And for him daring to use public information to make a list, he should be unpersoned and not enjoy his video games. She's literally just said attack back, suggesting that they are attacking. Yeah, but their attacking is for the greater good, so they're actually good people and their attacks are necessary. There's no right side of history. History's just a roller coaster. Never made sense to you how Seijiro Hiko was allowed to just exist? Him still existing lessens the drama because he could defeat Kenshin's enemy if Kenshin fails? What is happening in chat? Why are we talking about Rurouni Kenshin? A pickled cucumber! Thank you for the $5. You're doing your part. Your coworkers and you call each other every slur under the sun. We even made up a few new ones. I hope you're having fun with the unprecedented heat waves after all. Susha, thank you for the €5. You know, there's a Jewish encyclopedia uploaded to the internet where the Jews themselves admit that 85% of slave owners in the South were Jews. They just have internalized anti-Semitism.
it's really understandable, I think, that people chose to stay silent in many cases. But the frustrations and the anger and the disappointment, I think, was still visible and very present in the space. So, for those who were unfamiliar with these concepts, it wasn't less uncomfortable, I think, for them, actually.
It is uncomfortable having propaganda pushed at me, you're right.
They could definitely see and sense the frustrations, but they had a very hard time understanding them. And they often felt misunderstood. They often felt that they were accused of being sexist, racist, without understanding why.
Josh is too sick to stream. Someone needs to get that man a handmaiden so that she can pick his peppers while he's sick.
Could see that they were hurting people and they were causing anger, but couldn't understand why these things couldn't be explained or resolved, and why can't we just talk about it and then move on, you know? So I think that we really created I think this was the main problem of the space, actually, that we created a space in which there was this polarized space and a lot of silence and a lot of things that wasn't possible to be said because there wasn't that trust and that comfort. But also knowing the principles around privilege and oppressions and around safer space became incredibly important for navigating the social space of the program.
I can't even pop my pee that loud, dude.
So halfway through, we were of course very frustrated, and we found
she's saying a lot of nothing. They all do this when they explain like why these things are good.
We decided to make a workshop around privilege and oppression in order to introduce some
Did she just
of the
word
basic
salad?
principles.
These people always have to word salad. Like they'll tell you a little bit of, we're not doing anything wrong. We're actually moral fighters for the golden age. It's actually all of them who attack us who are wrong. Here's some buzzwords to make me sound like I have more information.
Makes me want to glow, and it's not even a fun kind of glow. It's a tired kind of glow.
It's a tired kind of glow. I need to turn off the lamp for a little while, dude.
Necessary for navigating the social space. sorry.
Here we go, finally!
And I think this workshop was very empowering for some, and very helpful for some of the participants. And also the fact that they, some people had each other and they could talk about their experiences.
Do you think that the microplastics come into this chat? Do you think if we have enough tinfoil on our heads, we're just like all of the microplastic infused xenoestrogens that are currently living in everyone's bodies have made it more difficult to make rational decisions? And so people are more likely to just go along with this shit? Like, I don't know, man. Microplastics in Herky! The microplastics cause the microaggressions! Like how her slideshow was plague yellow. It embodies her ideas.
Some people really, I think, got very equipped to understand their situation and to talk about their situation and understand how to navigate it better. For example, we have one participant.
Okay, I can skip through this part.
That their friend prominent roles in the somehow.
This is back to running the program. I want the other slide.
Want to different kind of in that safer spaces are actually possible. When it comes to power relations and power structures, there really is no safer space. Sorry, there really is no magic circle. Like, these power structures go in and is present in every part of our social life and our way.
I like how Aonar, you were like, who the fuck pays for this shit? I completely forgot this was supposed to be a games developer conference. I completely forgot that's what we were watching.
Of relating to each other, and also these power structures are hundreds of years old, and believing that we can, undo hundreds of years of sexism and racism in a single initiative or by a few people, I think is very naive.
Yeah, it is naive. That's why we need equity. They need the equity in order to compete.
A program in which there are no issues that are reported, but at the same time, we will never know if that means that there was no issue or...
No, see, report. She means that because racism and sexism have existed for hundreds of years, obviously the video game industry itself is going to be systemically oppressive with racism and sexism in and of itself. Since racism and sexism have existed for hundreds of years, it is impossible to have a video game industry that lacks in racism and sexism. In fact, it is overly abundant because the majority of people working in the games industry are white men. That means that the video game industry has even more hierarchy of oppression than some other industries who have strove to have safer spaces, to dismantle the hegemony of racism and sexism. Did I sound convincing? Was I using enough buzzwords?
If it means that people did not feel comfortable raising those issues as it was in 2014 of Critical Hit.
You scared me!
So, I have been a bit, of course, thinking about whether I should talk so much about the issues that happened in Critical Hit. And
what does she mean by this?
Whether I should really talk about these tensions and how difficult it was for us as organizers to do it, and also for the participants to take part of. But at the same time,
her saying that she doesn't know if she should talk about the issues of them implementing this, again, makes me think of Cheryl Dijja and Larry Fink talking about how it's past the point of trying to use these as marketing or as simple inclusivity initiatives where people can just check a box and then move on. It's time to force behaviors, and it's time to forcibly change the culture so that this is embedded in everyone's job from the top down, and that everyone in the company is embodying the work and also striving to change consumer opinion. So it's like, this is from 2016. But it comes, it's basically, since we have new knowledge in the future, we're past 2016, We can kind of connect how exactly we got to something like Cheryl Dija's bridge from what these people are saying back in 2016. It's like, it was all happening while we were just laughing at them for being so fucking crazy that nobody would take them seriously. Unfortunately, they were taken seriously because god damn.
I think that we are enough people who have experienced the downside of these power structures, and enough people who are speaking up about it, that I think it is becoming very visible that it is not possible to. It is not like giving up on safer space or inclusivity initiative is not a possibility. It's not a viable solution. We have to try. We have to try to find a better way to do this, and
the better way is, instead of making a safe space initiative, just make the entire company a safe space. If everyone is promoting the message and doing the work, you won't need a safe space because everything will just be normalized.
That might, quite possibly be full of mistakes. I think we are still very early on in doing that.
And she was right,
but
they were
I do think
early
that
on.
we have to try, and we have to fail, and we have to talk about it, and we have to keep the conversation going. Yes. So with this, I want to make a few points for recommendations for other people based on both what I think we did well and what I think we can do better next time.
Okay.
For the invitation, I think we did a really good job actually in getting all kinds of people. One thing I haven't talked so much about is people's skills and people's backgrounds. It wasn't everybody actually who
I want to skip forward. I want to skip forward. I want to find that slide.
Join a space that
I want to find that slide.
Principles. I think this, and then talk.
What the fuck is even that?
Happy at the end of it. You get called out. That's a very good sign. What we did.
Let's just rewind a little bit.
This issue got raised, so the person who felt left out felt comfortable enough to speak up and bring the issue to our attention. So that's already a good sign. When you get called out, that's a very good sign. What we did, which seemed to work, was that we really listened to what happened.
It looks like it.
How they felt. And we didn't make excuses of why that thing happened. We tried to understand as much as possible why they felt the way they felt, and we immediately corrected the issue, which is easy to correct. Obviously, we just added the person to the list, and then it was kind of like maybe that's not the right word, but it was like earning credit. From then on, that participant knew that they don't make excuses.
Of something that like went wrong and that we weren't able to deal with, and I'm still kind of working through that.
Yeah. There were some times when so there were like jokes made about safer space. I don't think we handled that one too well. For example, we asked those people sometimes in public, sometimes in private, to stop it. We sat down with them in person and went through the safer space policy and explained why it's important. And with some people it worked and the joking stopped. With others, it didn't.
Good, because it shouldn't.
Oh well, maybe one example would be we had breakout spaces because we recognize that 16 people in a small room for 10 weeks. Also, our room at the time faced a concrete wall. Was not like the best and like most conducive to creativity. And
I don't want to be an asshole, right? But like this meat slut in the center here, when they talk, like I can't tell exactly what they are, but when they talk, all I can hear is gay accent. Do they put people up against the wall like commies?
And work all the time. So we had 3 extra rooms for breakout space, and these were more, 4 maybe even. Anyway, so these extra spaces
also these microphones
ended up
are
being
terrible.
used a
This
lot
audio is
because
bouncing.
we were working a lot with physical materials and installations.
Where are the slides?
Yeah. So that was another issue, is like getting people to recognize that they shouldn't use certain words that were really
hold the fucking phone.
Are stuck in one. Yeah. Our dynamics work in a space like this. It's not like, you know, people are gonna like use racial slurs or something, but it's like that, you know, certain people just feel they have the right to take 3 rooms while 10 other participants are stuck in one. Yeah.
Ableism, though, people feel perfectly comfortable using ableist words all the time in these spaces because...
Look at this fucking retard.
You know, I guess it's not as talked about as like these other intersectional concepts. Yeah. So that was another issue, is like getting people to recognize that they shouldn't use certain words that were really ableist. Yeah.
That's sorry, just because I work a lot with students and I'm trying to start a safe space at my school for our Aboriginal office, but that issue sounds more like, was it sort of like they were just left on their own and there wasn't really any sort of authority figure?
There was always one of us in the space. We worked different hours to cover like the...
Imagine having one of these things as a team lead.
But like, there's all like 90% of the time there was one of us in the space. But there may have been an authority issue, like just we are 3, like, you know, non-white dudes. Surprising, like how...
I want to read that one.
Dick balloon!
European women, ? Deserve a safe space. Maybe an island. And burn the boats.
You tried putting the Europeans on an island! Look at how Australia turned out!
Power dynamics work in that kind of situation too.
But at the same time, I think there was it wasn't an educational program, and I think that's very important. I think some people came in thinking it was more educational than others, and some people came in thinking it was an artist residency. And if it's an artist residency, you're expected to just work on your own. You know, it's not like there's an authority figure who goes around and kind of controls the space, or you know. So.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Also, our participants were like between age like 18
no,
and 35,
actually.
So adults.
Because I've run into problems like that, and usually it was a maturity issue where they just didn't understand that, like, no one's gonna tell you that you can't be here. You should know already that you can't take this space. So
what? No one's gonna tell you that you can't be here. You should already know that you shouldn't take this space. Considering what we know happens in college with the, like, no white people on campus days and shit, that's a very strange thing to say. Why aren't you this is a very, like, immature woman thing. Like, what do you mean I have to tell you why I'm mad? Can't you just figure it out? Oh my god. Where are the games?
Yeah, I think having that education probably really helped. Thank you.
There's a question coming up.
Look at that thing's haircut!
Oh my god, no wonder they're not talking about video games.
Like I'm a real pet!
I want to say thanks to Kirsche and mods for having a based and safe place free of unreasonable censorship. Also, I think I've a couple times about your distaste of SSRIs. Is there a particular reason? Sorry if I imagined that.
I just, like, from the people that I've known who've been on SSRIs, and from also myself being prescribed depression meds, it's just like, I don't know, it doesn't feel good. It kind of saps you of all your motivation to do anything. And one of the side effects of SSRIs is still to feel suicidal. So it's like, why am I taking depression medication that's not actually going to fix the depression? That just seems like it doesn't make sense. Don't worry. They hate all of us too. God damn.
Oh, if you want to ask a question, just walk up to the mic, please.
Yeah. So
or just
I have a quick question. I enjoyed the talk. I You mentioned reporting. Can you talk more about what that structure is and what recommendations you'd have for reporting in safer spaces, or whether you'd do away with it altogether?
Recording or reporting? Reporting. Yeah, getting people to kind of come to us and say they had issues. I think that was, in the beginning, that was, it took a while before we were notified.
I like how she very, very noticeably said reporting, but they still had to ask whether she actually said recording or not. They obviously would not want to be recorded inside these sessions, I feel like.
I don't think this was an issue of you can't be here, you gotta go in the whites only meeting room. It sounds like they were just two. How they are to handle things like managing access to a limited number of meeting rooms.
Yeah, it could be just like limited access to a small number of meeting rooms. And also, like, the lady earlier was just like, oh, you can't take 3 rooms for yourself when we have 10 people here. But it's like, well, how are they even going to use 3 rooms simultaneously? What do you mean by that? It's like, some of it just doesn't exactly make sense, I guess. I'm mad about meeting rooms. Toast Engineer, thank you for the $5 doodles. And especially because the woman asking that question said that she was a teacher who works with students. Which, again, this is a game developer conference, so I'm imagining she's a college teacher working with adults and not actual kids. Help! So that makes even less sense of a question in relation to the meeting room thing. Help. Hey. At what point do they start talking about gaming, gameplay, and stories? What do you mean? This is gaming.
And I think quite often we were passive and just expected that people would come to us. But it turned out to be... During the 10 weeks, we became much more active and like invited people for lunches and invited people for one-on-one conversations or maybe
kids,
small groups. And in that way, we could get a better sense of what was happening, and people talked more openly. A lot of these things seem so minor that it's not something you go and talk about, because it's just tiny things that makes you uncomfortable constantly.
Yeah, and often people who are often marginalized, they won't even think that it's not okay. How
we're so used to it every single day that
but
what?
I think maybe another part of the question is
and this is making me think of that Lalonda or whatever her name is lady who's just like, I just don't hire white people because they do microaggressions without even realizing it, and so it's just uncomfortable to work around them. I'd rather work around my own people. This sounds like basically what she was saying, but back in 2016.
That, who they could report to. Sorry for breathing into the mic. It was, for example, if the problem was with us. For example, in the Twitter example I used. And so I think for that, we didn't have an accessible enough system. We were situated in a university, so the university offered... ombuds people and different offices, but that's something I think we didn't make accessible enough. So it was like, if someone had a problem with Jess, then they would come to me, and the other way around, which is maybe not, no, it's probably not.
I don't really think that matters.
Every organization has dipshits who do things like book a meeting room just in case I need it later, blocking people who actually need it. You handle that, the boss saying knock that off, but these people can't handle that without making it a huge deal.
No, I'm aware that stuff definitely exists, but again, like, the lady asking the question was from a college. I don't know how much a college would run into that as much as an actual, like, conference-based corporate company where they constantly have different conference rooms being utilized all the time. College daycare. Based on what I know about the game developers and journalists and how they circle the wagons for each other, I have a feeling if you went to Hippie Woman to complain about Meat Slut, Hippie Woman would just tell Meat Slut and neither of them would care. I'm just like... I don't think they would actually strive to help you if you had a problem with either of them. Sorry for breathing. Apologize to the trees.
Good. Setup, yeah.
The awkward silence as people walk to the microphone is
Hi, I'm
funny.
one of the participants, and I actually have something to add with regards to your question on reporting. And I would say that as far as the structure of reporting goes, and like reporting, and that's such like a tattling on people kind of deal, but like as far as making a space feel safe for other people to bring up your concerns. And one thing that took a while is it's something that I actually didn't realize was happening until maybe halfway through the program, when I started talking to other people and found out, like, via talking to other people who had like unrest about things, that like, yes, people were bringing things up. So it was kind of like, I feel like something that might help would be for the whole group as a whole to have conversations about things that people are bringing up, rather than like have someone bring something up and then have it dealt with, and then have it dealt with, but then have it like bring to the group, for example, be like in the morning, have like a check-in and be like, this is,
what the fuck is this woman saying?
This is something that has been bothering people in the group. This is something that we're going to try to resolve, rather than just.
So okay, so she's saying, if you complain about a microaggression or something to one of these women on the panel, instead of having it resolved in private, when the group meets again, they should say, we've been having an issue with certain people in this group doing these specific microaggressions, and we're gonna air it out, and we're gonna talk about it, but we're not singling anyone out. I think that is where this question is going.
Resolving it within like just the people who are concerned, and because that also lets other people know, because I know that I felt, until I realized that other people were trying to use the safer space and bringing concerns to people, I didn't feel like that was a thing that I was going to ever do. And like, that's not a thing that I ever did end up doing. But I know that once I knew that this was something that was happening, it was like, oh, this is a thing that I can do. So I feel like until I realized.
So she didn't feel like she could bring her issues with microaggressions to someone until she learned that other people were actually reporting, and so she felt like she could report after knowing that other people were reporting, because she couldn't report without knowing other people were reporting. What am I having a stroke, or are they? So she's a lemming! Yeah, pretty much, dude. Holy fuck! What? It's a social contagion!
That was something that was happening at all. It was not a thing that I felt was a possibility, even though it was said like, oh, you can like talk to us. I never saw the evidence of that. So like, I feel like that is something that would help, as like having communication within the whole groups of these things, to maybe help facilitate a more open thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is something we talked about a lot in private.
I bet she's a fucking story designer on a video game. That's why that made so much sense and was so coherent.
Yeah.
Of course. And I think one thing is that we should have thought about the structure as it applied specifically to like such a limited small group.
Yeah.
So one of the models that we were following was the MRGS, Mount Royal Game Society model. They're a great group based out of Montreal, and they sort of like they have one model like of reporting involving like two things, like privacy and letting
what was the name of that company?
The MRGS, Mount Royal Game Society
Mount Royal.
model. They're a great group based out of Montreal.
Game Society.
And they sort of like.
I did not hear anything of that TTS because I was zoned in on trying to figure out the name of that place. The fuck else can they do? They told you that that you can talk to HR and you didn't do it until someone else's behavior to copy? Do they need to fire someone in front of you to convince you it's possible? I don't know, man. Too many noises. Yeah, that was a stimming overload, man. I'll have to go back and read your thing, Alex Blackfoot.
They have one model like of reporting involving like two things, like privacy and letting people decide like the terms under which the situation is dealt with. So like the person who's experienced like whatever has happened gets to sort of like say what they would like the outcome to be.
Okay, that's really weird. That's really like if I'm just like, excuse me, I'm here to report a microaggression. David in accounting told me that I looked nice today. And that's actually a microaggression because he was looking at me in a way that I don't appreciate in public. It's like almost akin to catcalling, except he didn't whistle. And as I'm reporting this to you, and this is a safe space, I would like for him to not only have to undergo sensitivity training, but he should be removed from any prospective promotion reports for this year. Like what do you mean the people reporting should have a say in what happens to the person they're reporting? That's a little weird. That's like maybe I'm thinking a little too much into it, but like I don't fucking know, man. That seems weird. Is it because David is ugly, Kirsche?
And I think in like such a small group, like those dynamics are really hard. Like Hope, you mentioned like the feeling of tattling, right? So like yeah, like the feeling that you you know, have like this power to like, oh, like, well, they'll kick this person out if I want them to, but oh, I don't want to be the person like that makes that happen.
And you're gonna get rid of that, oh, I don't want to be the person that makes that happen pretty fast because you are encouraged to do this kind of reporting. And they're sowing fear within these groups so that people do not step out of line lest they be booted. That's kind of spooky. You know, if you see something, say something. Make sure to report your neighbors to the government.
I think it was hard for people to feel comfortable like picking those outcomes or that sort of thing. And I think,
fun fact, many McCarthy-era laws are still on the books. You can call the authorities on a person for suspected communist activities. As recently as 2017, a New York teacher was investigated for communist ties. Just food for thought.
I don't know how much that really matters, because once again, the Black Lives Matter like organizers who built the organization were like outwardly Marxist.
Just remember, all this
nothing happened to them.
Is entitled to will suddenly disappear when you are someone the organizers don't like or were victimized by someone they do.
Yep. Yuri Bezmenov, where? That was in 2017. That sounds more like Russiagate shit. This is 2016. We're watching GDC 2016.
We decided to keep it private, like, but yeah, I think those discussions should have happened.
I think that kind of points to this. You know, we followed a model that comes from events like one evening events like MRGS, where this is a 10 weeks program and the dynamics are so different, and so that's why I think we learned so much doing those 10 weeks.
Right, let's skip ahead a little bit again.
I think that absolutely happened. I think there are people who came in and didn't know what the safer space thing was at all, and we're like, here's this tool, like, you know, this is for you and you should use it. And they were like, whoa, like I don't really want any part of that. Like that feels like I guess one participant mentioned that like some of the I guess like educational initiatives in the program and like some of the ways that like that we were sort of like in the space felt like treating them like children in some ways, and they're like, oh well, like, you know, if I have a problem, I'll like resolve my own issues, and like so I think it did happen. I think that's what Ida was pointing to when they mentioned.
But if you solve your own issues, we can't dole out punishment for not adhering to the ideology.
like those people who come outside of from other continents and didn't know about these principles. They definitely
continents
had a
with maybe, I don't know, real problems in them.
And then especially if being also maybe otherwise experiencing marginalization, I think that was very difficult.
I think sometimes, like when you experience marginalization, sometimes you like adapt to be like to not be a person that raises concerns, because that like makes you more visible and potentially like more of a target.
Yeah.
What?
And both Ida and I are not from North America, so I know it took me like 5 years to grasp the idea of cyberspace. So I think kudos to the participants who are like thrown into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
To build a safer space while you engage the participants or the tensions between.
It's got taken forever to get to the
Thanks,
mic.
guys. This has been really great. I really appreciate, Ida, the way you sort of address the difference or the tensions between like rigid principle and actual care, and of course they're not the same thing. My question is, I guess, do you, based on your experiences, do you think it's possible to engage the participants in an initiative like this in writing the safer space policy? You know what I mean? Sort of build a safer space policy from the ground up in conversation with them, or do you think that's just asking for trouble?
I think that would be great. Really a great initiative, actually.
I like it, but I think it should start with a 1 week intensive program on oppression and power dynamics.
A 1 week intense initiative on power dynamics and oppression. Okay. All right. Okay. What would that entail?
So yeah, I mean, I was at this other talk that talked about sort of like this idea of like not exactly building like the class policy for safer space. And again, this is like is our job to like be like the teacher at the front of the room is kind of like a really rough line to navigate. I think you would end up in a situation where some people would definitely feel comfortable speaking up while some people wouldn't, and that those people would get to...
Oh my God, please.
At the end.
Yeah.
So you mentioned polarization a few times. I'm wondering how extreme that was, whether
Proctor, why are you here?
the participants ended up grouping together in cliques, and whether they were able to collaborate across differences, or whether this polarization was so extreme that people just weren't able to work together.
I think at the very end, the last 3 weeks, people were allowed to choose their own teams, and for that they chose after who they felt comfortable with.
Throughout the program, we had different like team forming structures. They went from very strict or very like random to more and more based on who they wanted to work with. And I think that also that developed at the same rate as the people get to know each other more and more. I mean, that was the whole idea. But at the same time, that also kind of facilitated so that certain people didn't want to work with each other, and they just...
Wow, who could have seen that coming? People naturally gravitate to those they get along with. I just like, what is even being said right now?
Didn't end up working with
MRGS, for example, are doing that.
Dynamics and like, like what do you do when you're caught between like, two people and you're like, oh, well, like, like power dynamics. Does this person have more power in this situation? Does this person? But they're people, right? So
it also becomes very uncomfortable to
Yeah.
kind of determine those kind of things, and
so absolutely uncomfortable and like very fraught So yeah, I couldn't speak to a larger group, but I do think it's important, to consider the specificity of your group, like the specifics.
Yeah. Maybe if I could give like a very concrete tip, because I'm like a very concrete tip person. Maybe like start with making sure you have like a group of organizers who understand a lot of different type of discrimination. So that's a good start to point. Critical Hit was one of the programs that was run within the research center called TAG.
Have that person is that there are people who are responsible for like the design of the program from.
I think it's a really good idea to have someone who have education on this, and that person needs to have education also on.
Can I say something before we wrap up?
Very quickly.
By the way, check out the Critical Hit games, because these people not just struggle through all of this, but they also made some fabulous games. Yes. Our theme was wearable games, and they really broke some awesome rules and made some really unusual, unique, and beautiful games.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I couldn't name you a single thing by Critical Hit. Thank you for watching. God damn, I feel like my brain is soup after that. What the hell? What the fuck? Moving on back. Here's more information on the presenter, Ida Marie Toft, and the incubator program that she ran that the presentation is about. So Ida was the one with the boy haircut. And this is a Center for Sensory Studies.org. Concordia University. Let's, can I make this bigger? Ida Marie Toft.
Scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
Close that tab!
Like, can you fucking stop saying like for every like other word?
I understand, like, when people put in some extra likes because they're talking on the fly, right? They don't have it prepared. But if you've had this prepared panel, I was like, I don't know. Never trust something called an incubator program? Yeah, I agree. That's a weird name. Ida Marie Toft is a Copenhagen/Montreal-based media artist and PhD student at the Technoculture Art and Games Research Center. Ida creates site-specific games and develops game technologies that allow for games to happen in unusual contexts. As a member of the Copenhagen Game Collective, she works to create an environment for experimental game production in Copenhagen and beyond. In 2013, she co-organized an expedition of game designers and art curators to the Maldives to create games and street play events with local artists and the communities. She co-organized an expedition of game designers and art curators to the Maldives to create games. What does she mean by an expedition to one of the highest tourist destinations in the world? And also, why did game designers need to go there in order to create games? That's just a vacation. It's a business expense. Critical Hit hasn't made any games yet. Their site has nothing listed and says their first title is to be announced. And they have a grant from the Polish government, though. That's really weird. That was from GDC 2016, and they said that Critical Hit has made some games that have broken ground, and yet apparently their website doesn't have any? What the fuck? Ayo Vivo, thank you for the 206! A freaking Dane. That explains everything! Does it? Did they purge it recently? I have no idea. No idea. Could be a different Critical Hit. I don't know how many companies named Critical Hit there are. I'm gonna be real with you. Arakin Green Moon, thank you for the 20 knocks. They act like they're elite artists for elites. The project was initiated by an invitation from Maldivian artist Amani Nassim. Several of the works, including her own bite-sized water games, were exhibited at the 55th Venice Biennale. Ida's PhD research explores conventions and politics of skills, craft traditions, and materials involved in the creation of digital games. Her recent game, Lovebirds, developed in the context of the Bird Game Collective Indie Breaking, presents game design what? Presents game design as a craft and part of a parallel process of developing community rituals and creating materials, which together engender a space of frictions for interesting social dynamics. I cannot parse this entire sentence. Can we just, like, get Lovebirds up on the screen, maybe? Lovebirds video game. The Lovebirds on stream. This is by Kafriachis Studios. Her recent game Lovebirds, developed in the context of the Bird Game Collective. And this is Cafe Auratus Studios. The Lovebirds is the only game I see here. Came out in July 24th, 2019, after having a demo on December 4th, 2018. Well, let me guess, visual novel. Unless the one I'm looking at here is a different game. Let me copy Kinetic Zen's link. Lovebirds is a Sun's... Oh, fuck! Hold on. This is completely different. Author Sabine Harrier. Wait, hold on. Game design, Ida Marie Ta... Okay, so this is the one. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Ida Marie Toft, because the Lovebirds that came up from Steam was a little bit different. Lovebirds, Ida Marie Toft. Center for Sensory Studies. Is there another link that has the Lovebirds? Ida Marie Toft, SoundCloud, LinkedIn, ResearchGate. Okay, no, I guess Game Jams at Digra? Oh no, dude. Not Digra again. Not Digra again! Oh, fuck. Lovebird. This is in 2020. Okay. So, this doesn't seem to have much information, chat. This link just says Lovebirds, April 24th, 2015. Sabine, horror, category games uncategorized. Lovebirds is a sunset performance combining game dynamics, performance elements, music, and user collaboration in a simple love story of birds, equipped with beaks, fragile, jewel-encrusted bird masks, with contact-sensitive areas and lights. 9 curious players go beak to find their one and only threesome? The audience, live music, and black jelly trees make up a stage of intimate magic. What the fuck am I reading? What? What? So there doesn't seem to be much information about this game. I remember this,
stroke?
And I remember talking about this like years ago, but I don't remember where I found information on it. And then, if we go over to the Digra library, the Digra library has Design Bleed, a standpoint methodology for game design by Ida Harrier Sabine, Ida Toft and Harrier Sabine. So Ida Toft is the one who worked on the game. Harrier Sabine is the one who authored the shit over here on this other website. In this paper, we developed the concept of Design Bleed, a standpoint approach to game design. We adopt the terminology of bleed from the Nordic community around live-action role-playing games and use it as a lens on game development. Based on our own experiences in developing 2 Game Jam games, Lovebirds and Get Your Rocks On, we identify 4 ingredients for bleed-inspired game design. We develop Design Bleed as a community-affirming design help practice, which can be used as a tool for carving out shared standpoints. We suggest that this is particularly productive for game designers at the margins, as it has potential to be creatively and emotionally healing, but can also invite expressions for political resistance to normative game culture. What did she mean by... Can I get a translation? I'm pretty good at translating slop, but I do not know what they're trying to say here. And actually, On this page, the next page is Get Your Rocks On. Get Your Rocks On is a game where a number of players allow their idle hands to roll over each other's rocks. To achieve their favorite erotic positions, they'll need to be dexterous and silver-tongued. Find the rules here. A flirtation game with fingers and rocks. Designers, Sabine Harrier, Simon Johnson, Ida Marie Toft, 2 to 8 players. Stuff required, 2 or more attractive rocks per player. 10-minute prep time, 15 to 30 minutes for a 10-rock game. Place required is any space with rocks. Activities are touching, flirting, talking, collaborating, and sculpting. Game setup. First, you will need to pick up some rocks. You could take a walk together to a local beach, a river, or maybe just the park. It's nice if players each choose a few rocks, but if that's not possible, one person could collect a set of rocks. However you get your rocks, try to make them diverse. Choose different colors, shapes, and textures. As a size guide, a rock should fit neatly into the palm of a hand. The game length will be determined by how many rocks you play with. 10 rocks seems like a good amount for a game. The game area is not bounded, but we recommend playing in an area about 30 centimeters squared. Joke's on them, I don't know how big that is. The objective is to work together to create an erotic landscape. Rocks can be placed in preferred positions by collectively fingering them. By the way, erotic is spelt like with the word rock, like stone, like E-R-O-C-K-T-I-C. The following erotic sculptures are desirable: spooning, half on, full on, and threesome. How come both this and the bird game had a focus on threesomes? This feels like it's just pushing degeneracy for some reason. Here are the rules. 1, rocks are spooning if at the end of a turn 2 rocks are left touching each other. 2, a half on is achieved by a rock that comes to rest leaning half balanced on another rock. A full-on is achieved by bringing a rock to a point of balance completely on top of another rock. 4, a threesome is achieved by adding a third rock to any of the other positions. How to play. Initiating play can be awkward, but it's okay to be a little coy at this stage. Offer the first turn to someone you like. The first move is simply placing down the first rock in the playing area. Play proceeds rock-wise, one at a time. The next players place their rocks into the playing area. Be sure to leave space between the rocks. The game is ready to play when all players have placed a rock, and there are at least 4 rocks to play with. When the game is all set, the next player starts a turn by touching any rock they desire. They will need to invite at least one other player to touch the rock with them. Getting it up. A bit of touching and foreplay can be nice, but to get our rocks on, you will need to get an eroction. This means the rock must be teased into a position until it is balancing vertically along its longest axis. The fingers of all players involved in the turn must meet head-on at its peak. Once you get an eroction, you have 2 options.
Shut up! Silly woman.
1. Simply move your eroction into an erotic position with another stone. 2. Bring your second hand into play and use another finger to play with another loose rock. Again, you can into others to join you on this stone. Why are they referring to the rock as loose? That's kind of sexist, ain't it? It's like they came up with the pun and couldn't stop. What the fuck am I reading?
You having a stroke?
Why does always start out with "we should all be equal and be nice to each other," then escalate to "here's a list of words you can't say and you must play my degenerate sexual game"? I will accuse.
Nerd Whispers, thank you for the $10, but also the propaganda is what makes you want to the cube. Do not put your dick in the cube.
You can't make me!
This is quite sad and pathetic. Oh, yeah. White opal agate is built for big, black, indignious rock. I meant to say igneous, but I said indigneous because I'm illiterate. This is the new evolution of cringy erotic fan fictions. Smash rocks, bash the rocks together. That's what they're trying to do. Did we go full circle back into fetish territory? Apparently! Meted to see. Thank you for the $5. When you are playing with a second stone, you can use it to form an erotic position with your first one by rolling it into place. You can also get an erection with it and then introduce it to a third stone. Just like you introduced your wife to a bull and now you sit in the cuck chair. At the end of each turn, you get to add a new rock to the game for every erection you achieved in that round. Select a new rock together and place it down somewhere it doesn't touch any of the existing rocks. You may create erotic sculptures for as long as you can maintain at least one erection together. Anytime you make an erotic sculpture, those rocks are now on and cannot be used to start a turn. You can always add more rocks to them though, if that's what you're into. Remember, if anyone's hand slips at any point, that turn is off, and all active rocks must be dropped. Any rocks which land in an erotic position by accident after a slip should be moved to be alone again. How many workshops do you think that they had people play these games and they just ended up in like some sort of weird orgy afterwards? Albert Creed, thank you for the $5. Please help me. This article's trying to gaslight me into cultivating erotic energy from a surprising source. Hold on! Hold on! I remember this! That's the beard cuck! The man who was jerking off against his couch! I'm not remembering his name. I'm bad at names, dude. You assume that's the point, but it's so cringy you doubt it's ever worked. I don't know. What? Yeah, Jack Murphy! Yeah, no, not DSP jacked off on the couch, not leaning against it. Jack Murphy's the beard cuck. What are they going to do for the Middle East version? I guess throw the rocks to the first person who takes off the headscarf? I don't know. Ending. When the last rock has entered the field, each player takes a last turn to make the landscape complete. You win if all loose rocks have been placed into sculptures. You fail if at the end of the last player's turn, there are still loose rocks around. Simple rules for touching rocks. A player must proceed with their turn while they use the turn on... a player can proceed with their turn while they follow these turn-on rules. What an odd sentence. He didn't jack off against his couch. His girlfriend ate his ass on the couch. Hold on. I remember an image of Jack Murphy leaned up against his couch, cock in hand, looking very depressed and very sad. I don't think I like imagined this. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw that somewhere. What if the rocks are lesbian? I don't know, man. On the floor, you remember it too? Okay, all right. You literally don't understand what the fuck is going on in this game. All rocks must roll. Don't push and shove. Move the rocks by rocking and rolling them. If the rock slides, the turn... All rocks must be grounded. No lifting. The rocks must always be in contact with the ground, even if this is through another rock. Fingering. You can only touch a rock with one finger. If any other fingers come into play, even accidentally, it's a turn-off. I wonder if, like, I hate this. I just, like, my brain, dude. The rock really isn't in contact with the ground if it's on another rock. Actually, by transforming the sexual chakras, by releasing the energy in your fingertips to the rock that's actually touching the ground can transfer the Earth's power from the Earth through itself into the next rock. And that's why this is an important foreplay practice. Like, please, you're microaggressing against me right now. I'm not here to educate you. Need to look at other games by Copenhagen Game Collective. Trust. Jesus Christ. Keep contact to keep the turn on. Once you've started, you can't stop. Man, tell that to dudes, right? If any player's finger lets go, even for a second, it's a turn off. You know, I can agree with them on this one. I could agree with them on this one. You're not gonna be, you know, like winding up the engine and then you suddenly stop. What the fuck? You're just making this harder on yourself, baby. It's gonna take even longer. Vocabulary. Don't worry, we found 7 essential phrases guaranteed to keep your turn on and make your rocks roll together. Pin it, securing one end of the rock to the ground with pressure from a finger. Slide it, sliding your fingers up or down the length of the rock. Nail it, using your fingernail to get better purchase on the rock. Hold it, supporting a rock to keep it from slipping. Swing it, rotating a rock around an end that has been pinned. Rim it, sliding your finger up or down the long edge of a rock. Come over me. Sometimes it can be handy to slide a finger over another one to keep a rock stable. Coming over someone requires consent. If you want to come over someone, please kindly ask them first, e.g., can I come over you? Or, I would like to come over you. Are you in the mood? I don't like the current year iteration of Bop It. It's making me feel real weird. Pull it, twist it, bop it, stop it, get some help. None of this is erotic in the slightest. Well, to be fair, you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand getting your rocks on, honestly. You just aren't really into the vocabulary to understand the erotic nature of how this game will improve your sex life. You're just like a virgin. This is just a lady thinking she's more clever than she really is. What the fuck am I reading? Good God. Now going back to the fucking Digra conference. Is there a video from this? Like, can I watch them talk about their games at Digra? Cause like, we already know how paused Digra is. I need to find them talking about it. Turns out the game was groundbreaking. Just say you're awkward at Smex and move on. What the fuck? This game is guaranteed to keep you sex-free for life if you play it. I wonder if there are people who have played Get Your Rocks On with, like, the crystal form shit, right? So instead of regular rocks, they use the crystallized rocks that have yoni power imbued into them. And so once...
really brought some weird vibes to Holofs this year.
And so once they beat the game and they have all of their, like, threesome rock sculptures in erotic positions, they're like, okay, now that we've completed the game and the erotic energy transfer is complete, it's time to fill your ass with these rocks. And then they fill the woman's ass with the rocks, and then they can use that to help distribute the heat as they roast her over an open campfire. And then they eat her. It all comes full circle, chat! It all comes full circle! Hunter Witchet, thank you for the $5. This is foreplay for ASFR. What is ASFR?
Shut up, silly woman.
Brady Crippen, thank you for the $5. Rather than play this game, these people need to just get laid. What is the name of the Digra conference here, okay? We have Design Bleed, a standpoint in methodology for game design. This is a Digra PDF. Are there videos of this though? Art for board games, understanding bleed and safety. Printing your board games 2 years ago. Okay, well, I don't think that's it, right? Because this game jam was 2020, and 2020 was 4 years ago. System design secrets with MMO legend Ralph Coaster. I don't know who Ralph Coaster is. Role-playing games is symbiotic, whatever. 2021 event game trends with Nick Borelli. I don't know who that is either. I'm not good at names. I'm sorry. What if I Digra? Did you mean diagram? No, I did not actually. So I don't think I can find any video of this. I don't think I can find any video.
Butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
Exploit.
Studied geology. Went rock and mineral shows and there was just two groups, nerds and these people. It was always awkward to dance around while always giving me a fluoride stare. No Becky, Makeikal Chakra Wimble Wumble. I just think rocks are pretty.
Ralph Coaster invented the roller coaster. I used to go to some store when I was a little kid. I don't know what the name of the store is, but it was a store with like, it was really fucking dark, right? It was dark like Spencer's dark, but it wasn't a Spencer's. And it had like dinosaurs all over the place and like plants all over the walls, and they had a giant basin with pretty shiny rocks in it. And every time I would go to the mall with my dad, I would buy a little bag, a little like satchel of shiny rocks. Clearly I was just preparing myself for this. Oh, thank you, Bingo Bango Tango Mango, for the $5 and also letting us know that you are an unabashed sexologist with your geology degree. Help! What random tangents and articles did you miss out on? I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know what's happening. The paper that they wrote, that they brought to Digra is really long. This is 18 fucking pages. This is 18. There's 18 fucking pages.
More milkies.
The hegemony of game development? Chat's gonna beat me if I don't get protein. Chat is gonna beat me if I don't get protein, so I'm gonna BRB a few minutes. I'm gonna BRB. Use your mall and dino knowledge to find that store. Spino, find me my dino store where I bought my shiny rocks as a child. I believe in your abilities, probably. I'm gonna go get protein, so I'll be right back. A couple of minutes. I'm gonna play ads while I'm AFK. If you are not subbed to me on Twitch, thank you for putting up with some ads. I only play them when I'm AFK. They turn off the pre-roll ads for an hour, so unsubbed friends and new people can wander in without getting slapped by pre-rolls. So I appreciate you. Thank you for sitting through ads while I'm gone. And I will BRB after consuming the protein. And I kind of need to pee, so I'm going to do that too. BRB, thank you! Thank you!
Just actual fucking degenerates.
Hell nah. Tits or get the fuck out.
Just actual fucking degenerates. The children, they scream. Last 2 hours was Kier talking about Reddit cannibalism. I was looking up the Mount Royal Game Society as well, so we're gonna dive into that as well. But I wanted to look at this Digra paper a little bit. She getting eggs from a chicken's ass. What the fuck? You missed cannibalism. You did. you missed sexual cannibalism. The children, they yearn for the slurs. They do. They do, unfortunately. Mouth noises. Can we use the Hope Diamond, or is it considered bad faith to use cursed objects in rock sex? Wouldn't the cursed objects make the rock sex better? I don't know what the rules are, man. Organ farms, yeah! We got in this Digra paper done by the Design Bleed, a standpoint methodology by game design, written by those two ladies that we talked about like 20 minutes ago. Much of game development culture is confined by spoken and unspoken conventions around games and play. In 2007, Janine Fraun and colleagues have unpacked this tendency as a hegemony of play, a cluster of values and norms that reinforce the industry's technological, commercial, and cultural investments in a particular definition of games and play. Back in 2007, the authors suggested that the hegemony of play can be likened to an elephant in the living room, of which everyone is aware, but which no one calls by name. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, as someone who was playing games well before 2007 even. What do they mean by this? More recent developments in game culture have changed the discourse around this elephant, with a body of work making its contours and aggressive features more discernible. Evans et al. 2015, Todd 2015, Vosen 2018. I don't know what any of those are. Overall, however, little has changed about the author's main points of concern. The hegemony of play still summarizes a range of playful expressions and interactions which follow a dominant pattern of games, ignoring the needs and desires of minority players who are in fact the majority of the population. Hegemonic principles of game culture still reinforce an imbalance between those tastes, preferences, and talents which are considered valuable by the games industry and those which are not. Sorry, minority players, you just aren't represented in any game design that happened up till 2007. If you thought you liked a game, you were wrong. Minorities are the majority, so the majority is the minority and is being oppressed. This whole paragraph is a salad. Pseudo-intellectual psychobabble ruined everything. Wait, are they or are they not a minority? Minority people are the majority.
Nim.
Don't you understand? The hegemony of play affects at least 3 levels of game culture. On an ontological level, it promotes what can be defined as legitimate forms of play and games in the first place. This level is regulated both through dominant expectations about fun, e.g. Coaster 2004, and attempts at canonizing game definitions, including the investment in real and the marginalization of fake games, Consalvo and Paul 2019. Secondly, the hegemony of play defines what can count as proper game creation, and that it reinforces particular technological, commercial, and cultural investments in particular types of hardware and software. As Front et al. In 2007 point out, it is a small elite of stakeholders who determine which technologies will be deployed and which will not, which games will be made and by which designers, which players are important to design for, and which play styles will be supported. Thirdly, on a socio-cultural level of representation, games hegemony encourages a selective visibility of bodies and identities to be catered to through play. This includes the prioritization of the typical white male experiences and presences. Didn't you know that video games just pander to a cis-het white male power fantasy? You're not actually having fun. These aren't actually video games. This is patriarchy in action, forcing you to play with their culture. I hate this. What are they trying to do? They are the hegemony. These racists put mustache men to shame. I can't believe I've done this. We don't care what makes money. Make games for us or else. It's just like, what is this? And then they think that they can like use fear tactics to threaten the developers and threaten the stakeholders, and then wow, the game industry is just falling apart everywhere. Master Go, thank you for $5. We let them play the rock game, but we replaced their rocks with loaded guns! Indie studios being more successful than ever, so any person who can excuse an idea or execute an idea has a chance. Oppressed! It's the problem. These kinds of people can't build anything. They can't create, only destroy. You're the only one who hates the word stakeholders? No, you are not. More or less subtle forms of exclusion of gamers deviating from the norm. For this paper, we focus our attention on the second cluster, game creation. And also, actually, since they bring up the investment of real gamers and the marginalization of fake gamers, which was written about in 2019, I'm wondering how much this has to do with the skewed player demographics, where they continuously have tried to claim, and I don't remember what year this started in, right? Because like I'm bad at timelining. But they started saying that more than 50% of gamers are women. And the way that they get that statistic is by including things like Candy Crush that aren't like actual games. And if you say that Candy Crush isn't an actual game, you're being a bigot and you're being sexist and you're trying to create a dichotomy between real gamers and fake gamers. And so like all of the laughing at people who play like Farmville and Candy Crush, you're being an oppressor who is upholding the white male power fantasy and their hegemony over the games industry. You are running defense for the white men. Pokemon is not a real game. So 50% of the gaming industry, the 50% of gamers rather, are not women, unless you include those like Facebook and phone games where they're not games, they are microtransaction railroads. They are there to encourage you to pay money, and that is it. And that has basically seeped into a lot of different game genres after a while as well. Like MOBAs have adopted the railway pay system. MMOs have started doing that. You can see like the abundance of gacha games that have resulted from that as well, where they're just like, well, if we can ask you to pay for levels, surely we can get more money out of you, that instead of asking a flat fee to unlock, you can just play Casino Simulator and spend hundreds of dollars trying to get one unit. Candy Crush is a real game in the same way that recreational scuba diving is industrial saturation diving.
Scanner boxes.
Candy Crush are only played by moms. I don't like how this is called critical game design, because critical game design sounds like critical race theory, and critical race theory is built on Marxist theory. So I guess that could give you a kind of an idea what critical game theory is built on. White woman has been here. How can you tell? Candy Crush. Critical game design requires an active attention to the values and ideologies that inevitably manifest in any game expression. There have been various efforts to resist dominant ideas about game creation, especially through works made in artistic and activist game design contexts. I don't want activist game design contexts. What? Notably, marginalized makers often incorporate more vulnerable day-to-day... My brain just shut down, chat. I just had a PTSD flashback to my favorite copy pasta. It is a dog-eat-dog world after all. I can't believe they wrote day-today instead of day-2-day. I love Bolshevism, don't you? Are people arguing outside my house? No, those are children who are screaming. I can't do anything about them, chat. My complex sent out an email recently where they were like, hey, we know that there are some people who are throwing rocks and jumping on cars and just generally being a nuisance outside, and we need you to stop that. And then somebody, I guess, complained because they felt targeted, and then my complex had to leave another message that was like, if you feel like this is talking about you, we're sorry, we didn't mean to cause any distress. Oh god. Bro, what? Teach the kids to glow. Is the window open, or are they that loud through the wall? They're that loud through the wall. I don't open my windows. I don't like the outside. Kirsche has kids, congrats. They're not my kids, they're black. Hold the fuck up. You can do something, but legally you can't. Anybody here play Dungeons and Dragons? Dad, very wonderful game. Read me so much. Good memory. What is happening? Am I having a stroke? Marginalized makers often incorporate more vulnerable day-to-day life experiences and relationships seemingly unrelated to game development into their work. One example is Kara Stone's work, Ritual of the Moon, a queer futurist science fiction game played for 5 minutes per day over a period of 28 days. Ritual of the Moon was developed over several years by a design team of 8 makers through an elaborate design process which incorporated mental health management, crafting, and the translation of personal themes into design. I'm gonna be honest here. If it takes you several years with a team of 8 people to make a game that you only play 5 minutes a day for 28 days, I don't know what 28 times 5 is. Do I have a calculator open right now? I do. What's 28 times 5? Fucking 140. If your game is 140 minutes long, it should not take you several years to develop it. And also, what the fuck is a queer futurist science fiction? There's some money laundering going on here, dude. There is some money laundering, I guarantee it. Did they force that limit? After one day I'd quit. I wonder if I can look it up. The Ritual of the Moon 2019. All right, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm in my browser. Ritual. Oh, it's on Steam. Okay. All right. It has 7 user reviews. All right, chat. It's on sale for $7.49. How long do they expect me to last up here? A month? A year? A death sentence? Melinda promised she wouldn't tell the council. I thought, whatever. I'm better off alone. I could use my magic to protect the earth, or I could help it burn. Why shouldn't I let them die? They don't care about me. Developers thinly failed destruction fetish. I would never have hurt anyone, but now. Will releasing my anger actually make me feel better? I don't know what else I can do with all these feelings. The moon's my death row. I bet they thought they were really poetic with that one. Ritual of the Moon. Writing and design, Kara Stone, Chris Kierich, Matthew R.F. Bolovsek, Hope Erin Phillips, Kevin Stone, Julia Gingrich, Rekha Ramachandran, Helena Heron, Maggie McLean. Funding from Ontario Arts Council. Looks like a crappy student film thesis. Well, I mean, at least they're making, right, like, as much as it seems like a money laundering scheme, at least they're making games for themselves on their own instead of poisoning AAA titles, right? I could at least say that. It's got 7 user reviews. It's been on Steam since 2019. It's a $10 game, but it's 25% off right now. Here we got some reviews. Playing this game feels like engaging a celestial, soulful advent calendar. A reflection of mood and mindfulness, says Polygon. I wonder if, at the end of the month, I will miss taking the Ritual of the Moon and have to start it all over again, says Rock Paper Shotgun. Ritual of the Moon is one of the most memorable games I've played all year. It's a refreshing contrast to the hectic carnage of battle royales and live service AAA worlds that I also play, instead offering me a brief but magical moment each day, says Kotaku. All the worst publications! Wow! Imagine that! The usual suspects popping up on this game. Oh my god. Ritual of the Moon is a 28-day-long multi-narrative game exploring loneliness, power, and healing. Once discovering her powers, the Earth Council exiles the witch to the moon to live out the rest of her life looking at the Earth and the woman she loves. that she can never go back to. The player spends 5 minutes each day over the 28 days reflecting on her experiences on Earth, meditating at her altar, and making a life or death choice. This, knowing what we know and how this is called like a queer game as well. The Earth's Council exiles the witch to the moon. Clearly she was exiled by the bigotry on Earth because they did not want her to be happy living in a queer identity, which is why she feels so much wrath. Of course, the gay genocide witch. The game is a daily meditational activity composed of a memory game, drawing symbols, receiving a mantra, and making a decision about the future of the Earth. The game tracks the decisions the player makes, becoming a sort of mood tracker. Depending on their feelings over the lunar cycle, the player will experience one of the 6 unique endings. Ritual of the Moon is fully created from handcrafted and found objects, scanned and then digitally manipulated. So they didn't even make 3D assets for the game, they just like scanned them in. How the fuck did this take several years to make? I'm so confused. I'm so confused, dude. Each of the witch's reflections were hand embroidered. The mantras were wood burned. The artists used paint, clay, fabric, paper, dried plants, wool, foam, wire, plastic, pieces of computer hardware, crystals, and a variety of other media. The process was long, meditative, and iterative. I'm gonna be real, like, here, we're gonna watch another thing, right? Do we see any of this, like, handcrafted complexity in this? Like, what do you mean? Beginnings always follow endings. The council used me to create fear and then got rid of me to look strong. Just stop having sex and you won't get AIDS. I don't understand. How is that oppressive? I won't waste words on those who deserve silence. She couldn't really love me if she could do this to me. I deserve more. I could use my magic to protect the Earth, or I could help it burn. Time cycles on. Beginnings always follow endings, once again. Oh, you can even... I was like, what am I doing with my mouse? No, that's their mouse, directing the meteor towards the Earth. Ritual of the Moon. How does this thing have 2 trailers? What the fuck? I will love again. I do not want those who do not want me. Where would I even go? Oh wait, there's a 3rd trailer. Why is this one so long? Which, what? Which alone moon? Moon? Alone which moon? Which time, people? When I don't belong, I should let it burn? Foam. You should take your meds. Meds, hey! You can't make me!
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper omega cute and wonderful. Love you all less than
Fuck
3.
are we watching? I can feel the pretentiousness seeping out at me. I'm XX and this is deep. The people who made this. What the fuck is happening? It really is an artist school project. How did this take them several years? This is where all the grant money went. They put it in the trailer. But what does this even have to do with the game? Is this just like, this is the beauty of Earth. Do I really want to destroy it just because there are some people here who are terrible? So are you some one of those early 2000s, late 90s S's that you would see graffiti everywhere? Present, future, past! As so deep! That's 3 deep, 5 me, chat. I am just not enlightened enough to understand what these classical intellectuals are trying to do with the gaming industry. This is the future of gaming. No more wars between real and fake gamers. Only enlightenment through video games. Are you feeling it now? The dismantling of the cis-het white male hegemony? Are you feeling them lash out as they realize their reign over video games is coming to an end? Their anger that we are making queer games better than they could ever hope to make theirs. What the fuck did I just watch? What the fuck was that? I need way more psychedelic drugs for this. What the fuck? Ritual of the Moon was written and designed by Kara Stone with art and sound by Rekha Ramachandran and Julia Gingrich, programmed by Chris Kierich, Matthew R.F. Balusek, Kevin Stone, and Hope Aaron Phillips, and music composition by Helena Haron and Maggie McLean. I only know Newt Gingrich. I don't know who Julia is, but is she also a lizard? It's available on iOS because of course it is. Purchase the full soundtrack, blah blah blah. This needs 2 gigabytes of RAM. It needs 2 gigabytes of available space? What the fuck is in this game that it is 2 gigs? This should be able to fit on a fucking floppy disk. What do you mean? Also, more like this, like in Hogwarts Legacy. I didn't know. I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? Because Hogwarts Legacy was basically a trans genocide. And in this game, the queer witch destroys the Earth if she feels vengeance enough. So technically, if you destroy the entire Earth, you are committing trans genocide because transgender people live on Earth. And obviously, that's more important to mention than everybody else who died. Oh no! Product received for free. Ritual of the Moon. That is a long fucking review. Also, 52 people found this review helpful. What? An abstract and meditative journey that's meant to be played in small daily doses. Ritual of the Moon is like a surreal and trippy cosmic advent calendar. The full game cycle persists throughout the lunar cycle for 28 separate days. This is a daily exercise in celestial practice, a chance to be the savior, or even the destroyer of planets, but also a chance to learn about your own state of mind in the face of solitude. Each day/session lasts no more than a few minutes, but every decision ends up becoming more profound than the last, as the fate of a world spins further and further out of your control, with each passing phase. I'm only on my 2nd day of personal introspective story, and already by the end of each day, I'm left in awe and wonder for what the next phase of the moon may bring. Each small interactive and quote-unquote gamey section of rune drawing or symbol memorization leaves a personal mark in this isolated planet's history for each player, and leads to an important, fate-changing choice to make at the end of the day. The visuals in Ritual of the Moon are astounding and unique, and clearly where the developers have spent the larger portion of their time, using a combination of real-world materials and parts with stop-motion animation and artistic quality. Remember when quality was a meme? Is something more akin to experimental filmmaking than anything I've seen in the medium of gaming. I think people who want to make films and want to make TV shows should go and do so and stop ruining games. Like a space-age mixture of Brothers Quay stop-motion strangeness and indie game Shelter's paper-like beauty. I still obviously have much more to see, and I'm only in the first days of my own ritual, but I'm completely hooked and hanging on to every poetic word generated by my day's decisions, and eager to see what's in store or where my personal story brings me next. This is absolutely a worthy experience for those looking for such a thing. An experience. It's very far from what the definitions of a game may be, and sometimes that's exactly the kind of breath of fresh air we need. This is for those who could stand to use a little artistic introspection in between heavier gaming sessions. Expect to hear more from me on this strange and beautiful journey as I complete it. Sounds like the kind of game white people with dreadlocks play. True? True and real? Oh god, Temple OS. And check how much time that man has on record. 0.1 hours on record. To be fair, you only play it for a couple of minutes a day. And that's interesting that they try to prolong the amount of time you have to remember to open up the game and log into it daily. Also to get around people buying the game to see what it's like and then returning it. But also to bring into the idea of games as a service, right? Like, all mobile games want to give you incentives to log in daily, and this kind of makes me think of the same thing. There's no microtransactions in this. Like, you buy it once, right? But, like, it's still creating the habit of making, like, a daily login. These are the same types of vapid people that appreciate the money laundering front known as modern art. This game gets my top-tier recommendation. You basically play for 3 minutes daily and can only progress the story once a day for 28 days. Even if you do not load the game for a day, the game will advance without you. Gameplay is toddler-level logic, but I believe that is by design. It is basically 2 lines of story, a meditative thought, and a decision to steer the comet away from Earth or let it hit. I'm only 5 days in, but I look forward to loading it up for a few minutes every day. The meditative thoughts are beautiful, making it my go-to before-bed game. The art style is somehow awe-inspiring and adds greatly to a brief getaway into a strange situation. Wow, a game you can finish without even playing! Yeah, right? Big guy.
I wonder if you can just change the time of your computer and speed run this game.
I mean, probably. I imagine that you probably can. It's also interesting that they have a mechanic where if you don't log into the game still progresses without you. I think it's like the first interesting thing I've read about this game. You love games that play themselves. I think it would be interesting in a broader context of like an actual game, right? Where you have stuff that happens in game whether you log in or not, right? So you could like come back and like your village will be on fire. And they're just like, how could you abandon us? You know, like in Animal Crossing where the people make you feel bad for not logging in for like 7 years. But instead of just trying to guilt trip you, like the entire town is just on fire. I mean, it's like, yeah, similar to an MMO, but an MMO is like with multiple players, right? I would like to see that in a single player game. State of Decay, Metal Gear Solid 3 did that in 2004. I didn't play Metal Gear Solid games. Games that play in your absence. Baby's first mobile game. It's not so much playing in your absence, it's just like stuff can happen while you're not there. And I'm sure it would be very frustrating sometimes, but it also seems like it would be a neat concept to like add as a minor game detail, not something that's like crazy about that. Play Metal Gear Solid 2 already, I'll love it! I'll have to take your word for it until I can get to it. Does it have a Mr. Rossetti? I don't know what that means. Hit! Help! Played games 20 years ago that did that. I mean, just because I haven't played it don't mean they don't exist. I'm just saying that is an interesting concept to me. Hey. Speaking of the village on fire, is your village on fire? You hear sirens in the back? What? So we got 2 people who didn't... It's calming and cathartic if you're angry about something. I'm angry about being gay! It's a tough one to recommend. Oh god, that's a long thing. Just saw that the price tag has been reduced. I guess this used to be $20. What the fuck?
I wake up and drop a turd with more artistic merit than this game.
At first glance, I don't appear to be the target market for this game. I'm not a practitioner of fine art. I'm not a poet, nor am I a philosopher. I don't belong to any important causes, and I haven't attempted to make the world a better place for anyone but myself. I'm just a person. An ordinary person. Flawed and probably broken. But just an unexceptionally ordinary person. And yet, I feel drawn to this title, because I very much wanted to better understand myself. And at the same time, better understand the lives of others. What the fuck is this person talking about? What the fuck? 28 days later, this game has left me with more questions than answers, but as a way to spark an internal dialogue, perhaps this constant stream of questioning is good. After having finished it, what have I learned about myself? It seems I'd rather destroy the world than accept its rejection of me. Is this revelation anything that I didn't already know? Not really, but it's somehow comforting to see these inner struggles externalized, and perhaps just a tiny bit of release as well. Does this person have a manifesto that we should be worried about? Look at how long this is! Why is this so long? Holy shit. For the full deep dive review, click. You wrote this much and this isn't the full review? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Wall of text crits you for giga damage. You hope it's a picture of Goatsy at the end. Ritual of the Moon. This is saveaquit.com. May 31st, 2019. 18-minute read. Man, Cow Crusher, you need to find something else in life, because what the fuck? No one is gonna read this. God damn. There are many reasons I play games, but immersion is one of the key experiences I seek. Storytelling, design, and technology are all things I'm passionate about, and gaming is a way to indulge in those. A well-made game provides an almost infinite number of ways to lose myself in another world, to choose and interact with a life that goes beyond my own. Behind the scenes, it's ones and zeros, but to me, it's art. Alright, Cow Crusher, who the fuck is you? Biotope Gibbons, A Place for the Unwilling, Title Tribe, 24 articles. Do we have information on Mr. Cow Crusher, or just the articles they've written? Can I'm curious to see a Twitter here, actually. Oh, Cow Crusher Twitter. Twitter. I made a Cow Crusher in Minecraft. That's not what I'm looking for. Spare time gaming. The Cow Crusher ×4. Always gotta have the Cow Crusher. Okay, so this is just Minecraft stuff. So we want Cow Crusher, maybe save or quit. So Cow Crusher, save or quit Twitter. Don't fall into your Cow Crusher. What the fuck? Gobs Quickies. Matthew Blair. The cow has been with us for 7 years. She's calved every year. No, that sounds like a farmer. That's a Cow Creek Farm in Plant City. Happy Cow Milk Company. Aw, I like Happy Cow. Yeah, I don't think I could find any information on this man's. I mean, maybe if I go to the Save or Quit Twitter. I don't want to follow you. Stop that. Okay, they got 473. They're following 1,000 fucking people. There's no way I'm going to be able to find the motherfucking Cow Crusher men in their 1,000 people that they're following. Try his Steam profile. I mean, there's a community group for Save or Quit. Snippets for the full details. Members. There's 335 members in here. Oh, Cow Crusher is a member of the group. Cow Crusher is a member of the group, but he does not have. Oh, Cow Crusher has played the genocide game. How could he do this? You already have his profile. You have the Steam review. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that I was reading his review. He doesn't have his Twitter linked here. Hey, Cow Crusher, I really enjoyed your review on Ritual of the Moon. It's refreshing to see well-thought-out opinions on games I'm interested in. I really love unusual, artsy, and niche games. However, I have a hard time cutting through all the fans that love the games in a conceptual sense, and the unhappy reviewers who play for the mechanics. Hopefully I'll see more of your reviews in the future. Man. His arse got paid for it! That was literally 2 minutes ago. I don't have a memory, chat. I don't have a memory. Someone actually did read the review. I stand corrected. Someone read that massive wall of fucking text. I wanted to find his Twitter, but unfortunately just his Steam. Doxing time, let's go. A public profile from a Steam review that I already read is not doxing, you fucking weirdos. The RoboCop game is good. It's like the first movie. I'll have to trust you, chat, because I haven't played it. Unhappy reviewers who only play for the mechanics. What a bozo! Unironically. I really wanted to see that man's Twitter, dude. That would have been fun. That would have been fun. Alright, we managed to go through Ritual of the Moon. That was not a tangent I expected. RoboCop game is great. I believe you. Ritual of the Moon was developed over several years, blah blah blah, we already read that. A second example is Alison Kieran Cole's Anthology of Intimacy, in a series of 7 small role-playing games modeled around different expressions of intimacy in varying forms and levels. Each of the 7 games were created during a 1-month-long collaboration between Cole and a significant person in her life, inspired by Cole's wish to connect with others during her studies abroad. How the fuck did Ritual of the Moon take several years with a development team of 8, and yet Alison Kieran Cole over here was able to make 7 games in 1 month? If I look this up, and it's not just like a text-based adventure, I'm gonna be really, really disappointed. Indiecade, this is her official website, Coffee House Press, Google Books. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be on Steam. Video game series.
I want to read that one.
Cow Crusher is a lot like those recipe websites. They need to go on a 30-minute diatribe about their life and kids. Just get to the recipe already.
Okay, so I don't know how this is a game. This is her, oh god, this is her official website. Anthology of Intimacy, 7 LARPs, and a book about intimate design. Anthology of Intimacy is a series of 7 LARPs. Each was made with a different collaborator and initially designed in only 1 month. These games are about creating very personal moments to express the effect of very specific relationships. By designing these games as abstractions instead of representations, my co-designers and I removed ourselves explicitly from the spaces, and you are left with the echoes of who we are together. The final product of this is a book about design process. It includes artist statements, letters to my co-designers, context of our relationship, and artifacts of play. Can I, like, zoom in on these? Can I like, see these larger? What the hell is even that? Maybe they're down here? No? How do I view these? Because, like, this says down to fuck. Open image and new tab. That's very tiny. I fell in love with your hair and the taste of the air when you're near me. I see you're too good to be true. Sent from the OkCupid app. And then the person responds, down to fuck? And then the poet responds, Grumpy cat, no. Well, what do you say you, me, and Indiana Jones get together for some thrilling times at my place? I got all 3 originals on Blu-ray, baby. What? Also, hello? Eileen Mary Holoka? Wait. Hey, yo, wait, hold on. We know this woman. Hold on, wait a minute. Eileen Mary Holoka is a writer, editor, and graduate student living in Montreal. She grew up making and playing games. This is really hard to read because it's blown the fuck up. She's pattern recognizing! She grew up making and playing games, but has only recently started to consider making games a part of her creative practice and something that she is capable of doing on her own. Eileen is currently working on her MA thesis, Circuits, I think that says, a creative project about sexual trauma narratives in the internet age. If that ain't something a friend of Anita Sarkeesian would do, then I don't know what the fuck is. Circuits is an interactive narrative following the author's abusive relationship, as well as her attempts to survive that trauma. Survive that trauma through online selfie identification and storytelling. She met Allison K. Cole when, at the beginning of 2016, she took part in Montreal's Pixels.
Tiger! Tiger, you were looking into all that Pixels bullshit. Hold the fucking phone! Hold the fucking phone! You have like a fucking conspiracy theory board on Pixels.
Friend of Zoe Quinn who falsely accused her brother Alec and got a mob to harass him to suicide. Yeah. The strings are connecting! Neurons are activating! She met Allison K. Cole when, at the beginning of 2016, she took part in Montreal Pixels Follow Along program, which teaches and encourages young women, non-binary people, and trans individuals to make games. Eileen and Allison bonded over their love of witches, feminism, and subversion. Bro! You can't just be like, yeah, I love witches and feminism, subversion is also a very big hobby of mine, while you are literally funding Sweet Baby and adjacent projects. Holy fuck. I'm telling you that I gotta go through your shit, Tiger. I mean, I don't have time to today, but it's all fucking connected, and I need to look at that Pixel shit that you uncovered. God damn. Many of her creative projects, poems, spoken word events, and songs have focused on aspects of relationships such as disillusionment, abuse, distance, power imbalance, miscommunication, and collaboration. Help. In July 2016, she created a live-action game about first dates as a collaboration between Montreal's Technology, Arts, and Games Centre and London's interactive theatre team ZU-UK. Relationships, romance, and intimacy remain important themes in all of her projects and research. Do you think that they're important parts because she can't have any real ones in real life, and as a sociopath who threw her brother under the bridge and started funding the people who made him commit suicide, she realizes that she's a monster? Dude, you need to read this yourself. Wow. Wow. She doesn't... Was gonna comment on witchcraft always being involved, but holy crap, who says, man, do I love subversion? This is just her talking about LARPing, which it's a bit harder to read because of the purple background. I was not expecting to see fucking Eileen Holoka jump scare. She doesn't have that level of self-awareness. Man, I sure do love subversion. Oh my god. Okay, is there another picture here? Hold on. So we looked at the down to fuck. The next one is this image. What is this? What the hell is even that? You can communicate with them by interacting with physical objects around them, whispering in their ear, blocking their way, or any general mischief you can get up to, without touching them. Director for the Ghosts. What? What? Okay. Alright. I guess this is explaining how the game works. Like, you do the LARP from the book, but you're not allowed to touch the people. You interacted like a goast. Little goast thing here. Open image in new tab. What is this one? What is this one? What are these outfits? What am I looking at? Why is this Chinese Disney World? Wait a minute, hold on. Why is there Epcot and then a Jew star? Wait, no, that's a regular star. Hold on. Why is there a regular star on the Mickey Mouse and then the Chinese flag on the other Mickey Mouse? I'm a little confused. It's Moroccan, I think. The single star Mickey Mouse is Moroccan. Pentacle. Oh my god. You thought you wanted to see horrors beyond my comprehension? I was wrong! Was this like people that had absentee parents that neglected them as kids? What does this say? K, I feel like I always let you down. You're one of the people that I've wanted to impress the most in my life. You're so cool, so cool! Every time I try, I can't seem to get things right, can I? I wanted making this game to take us back to a relationship like the one we had. I miss that. And yeah, when I lived in Florida, getting letters or packages from you was one of the things that made me happiest. One of the highlights, I still have a scrapbook I made for you of the visit you took to see me. And it's been years. I always tell myself I'll mail it, but I never do. While packing to move, I found this old letter you had written me. It started with you describing yourself as trash. Maybe you weren't that serious, I'm not sure. But I'm worried that the way I have treated you has made you feel that way more often than you should. You never should. I think I just got into the habit of letting you down, and now it seems too natural and easy. I wanted to sincerely apologize for that, for roping you back into things and then being the one who backs out, for not keeping promises, for ever making you feel bad. Thank you for agreeing to try this with me. Thank you for trying. Thank you for bringing a stuffed Jigglypuff to the first meeting we had to work on this game. It has become the focal point of my living room. And thank you for your friendship when I know I have not made it the easiest to be my friend.
Allison.
Poor Jigglypuff. This reads like a stalker's attempt at Stockholm Syndrome. Holy shit. Did this come out of Tora's apology doc? What's happening?
You had a stroke?
Oh god, that shit's so bad it hurts. Watch my take on Bridge 2.0 on YouTube. Thank you for getting down the rabbit hole for the rest of us. Since some of the larger political people on YouTube have not seemed interested in covering Bridge, a bunch of people in my chat was just like, maybe you should reach out to James Lindsay. And I'm like, there's no way that James Lindsay would talk to a brain-damaged anime woman. But last night I had a fuck it we ball moment, and I was like, whatever, I'll just send him a DM. So hopefully more of my bridginess can be exposed. Ziz is working on 2 long-form videos to put together like all of my bridge shit, all of the sweet baby shit, so they'll be all compacted into one neat little they're gonna be really long though, because there is a lot. There's a lot. Getting some serious she's my soulmate, she just doesn't know it yet vibes.
Let's go! Yeah.
You remember, it's always good to have a friend, and the good times and the bad to not be true friends, and your friends betrayed you. That is what comes around, it goes around. Yeah. Little. Tried to DM him. You didn't get a reply, I'm sorry. I don't expect a reply either, but like, you know what? If I don't try, I did nothing at all. Trying is what matters. We read that one. Down to okay, so there's only 3 pages here. What the fuck is this game? Imagine being part of the mob that got your own brother killed. That's some Soviet Union tier shit right there. Maybe it was the plan all along. Right? I mean, like maybe I'm assigning too much intelligence to these people, but like maybe they needed a sacrificial lamb. And trying is half the battle. True. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Well, you know. Let's see. Where did I leave off here? We argue that these projects challenge hegemonic assumptions about game creation in 2 ways. First, instead of rooting collaborations in a priori roles and expectations, these projects acknowledge the fluidity of developers' experience unfolding during design. And I just want to say that both of the games we looked at, the Anthology of Intimacy and Ritual of the Moon, were both self-insert games made about the developers' lives. Right? Like, Allison, Kyrie, and Cole wrote about her relationships, The Ritual of the Moon, Kara Stone, wrote about being like a queer person who's rejected, right? And then we have all of these game journalists in current year being like, well, you just don't like actual diversity. It's like all of us diverse people are capable of writing characters that aren't just ourselves. And it's like, well, you're not doing a very good job of that. If your sister ever disrespected your death like this guy's sister did, you would come back as a ghost. You should, honestly. Secondly, they treat team members' mental states, desires, and mutual relationships as resources instead of obstacles in the way of clear-cut development goals. If your mental state is making you miss deadlines and not living up to your part of the group project, that is an obstacle. I don't know what this means. I just wanted to play Monopoly. This is done by prioritizing curiosity in difficult and vulnerable dynamics and deploying design tools to allow these dynamics to bleed into game production. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think letting like your mental duress that is causing you to miss deadlines or your strange desires for self-insert as well as your real-life relationships should be bleeding into game design that has nothing to do with you. That's as far as their imagination goes until they're put on the spot and makes up the most wild excuses. Another way of resisting the hegemony of play has been the use of accessible technologies and methods, including tools like Twine, Stencil, and Gamer Maker, and Bitsy. Among these tools, Twine was originally developed for creating branching narratives, not explicitly for game development. This is important because it indicates the blending of different skill and maker communities, traditionally not affiliated with games. I don't know what any of these things are, like Twine, Stencil, Gamer Maker, but are these like the RPG Maker that like you can get on Steam and then you can just kind of like build your own game from that? Worse? Oh no. You've heard Twine mentioned sometimes. I don't know anything about these, so I don't know like how dire this looks. Twine is to make text-based web games. Oh no. Twine is JavaScript browser game. There's a game. Twine is like a text-based. Twine is a browser-based thingy. Oh man. Imagine using a fucking visual novel maker for proper game design. So I don't think we need to read too much of this, because it's just all absolute schlock thus far. But oh, there's the design bleed bullshit. There's the design bleed bullshit again. Nordy LARP, blah blah blah. Bleeding standpoints, 2 cases. Lovebirds, there's the lovebirds thing. This looks creepy, by the way. Prototype talking about the lovebirds. Get your rocks on. Alright, decided to leave the table to go for a swim. Idiosyncratic phrases, especially puns, were chosen to facilitate play in a direction which would relax players and reduce the risk of serious play. What? Discussion, needs before roles, patience before outcomes, skills before tools, acknowledgement of power before comfort? What? As mentioned before, articulation of differences in power and privilege is a prerequisite to negotiate trust and safety within a team. As Collins, 2002, reminds us, this is not always successful since privilege tends to make socially advantaged individuals blind to power and therefore unsafe for minority group members. In groups where power differences can be negotiated, doing so seems essential to facilitate bleed. Although we were not explicitly aware of this bleed ingredient during design, we now see awareness of social power as an important aspect in cultivating shared standpoints and balancing diverse needs for expression. To increase bleed safety, we can learn from practices developed in the LARP community to deal with risks and possibilities of bleed in a responsible manner. This might include making an effort for transparency by having conversations about priorities, expectations, and emotional capacities, as well as agreeing in advance on how to handle or embrace different levels of discomfort during play, how to step out, take breaks, or check in with others. Conversations around bleed safety are not limited to the initial collaboration stages, but should be practiced throughout the entire game development process. Continuous assessment of safety is a core ingredient in bleed-based game design. Again, I'm usually pretty good at deciphering word salad slop, but I'm not really sure what they're wanting here. Star Phoenix, thank you for the $5. Renpy is the visual novel. Twine is based on Python and is better for just straight text stuff with some graphics. You personally develop on Twine. Okay. I just wasn't sure if they were saying, like, these are actual tools, or if they're akin to, like, the RPG Maker stuff that we know is basically, like, a plug-and-play kind of thing.
Thank you for the $5, Star Phoenix.
It's all slop and circular logic, acknowledgements, endnotes. And here it is, number 4. There is a need to point out that the standpoint theory itself is situated in European Marxist and Hegelian traditions. See Smith, 1979, Hartsock, 1983, Harding, 1986, and 1992. These are not unproblematic roots. For instance, we take issue with Nancy Hartsock's 1983 insistence that crafting a female standpoint requires the provisional dismissal of divisive factors like race or class. Instead of liberating all women, his erases cumulative forms of oppression affecting BIPOC, transgender, and disabled women, as well as non-binary people. It furthermore positions white, cisgender womanhood as a default feminist standpoint, thus amplifying oppression for those most disadvantaged by white, heteronormative, ableist patriarchal society. But, like, you know, it was, where's the tweet? Where's the tweet where you said it's just a joke, bro? Where's the tweet where you said it's at one time I joked about learning about Marxism at GDC because I was at a panel about how Victoria II used historical materialism in game design. It's just a joke, bro. It was just a joke. It's not really happening. And if you think it's happening, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist who doesn't know what they're talking about. I just, don't worry about it. It's not really happening. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. It's just a prank, bro. And if it's actually happening, then it's a good thing. But because you noticed it, it's not happening. That's nuts. That is nuts. What the fuck? And we looked up the Mount Royal Game Society. I wanted to know who founded it. And I didn't find too much information. But I found the Clever Endeavor story started at the MRGS. Written by Richard, a co-founder, designer, business guy at Clever Endeavor. As you may have seen, the Mount Royal Game Society will be closing its doors for good in the following months. They talked about it on a post on their website, which I've linked here. The website doesn't exist anymore. I'll just bring it up to show the 404. It doesn't exist. While the news is sad, we understand why they're closing and why we hugely appreciate the work they've done over the last 7 to 8 years. They're having a going away party if you're interested as well. Clever Endeavor, like many other studios I'm sure, had a special relationship with MRGS as it's the place we got started. Their monthly meetups are the first meetups I went to in the game industry and the first step of my adventure into this wacky world. Met Kyler, one of the other co-founders of the company, at an MRGS meetup right when I began looking into starting a game development studio. We met at my second or third event, and it was love at first sight. Well, not actually. Actually, I pitched him a game, and he kind of liked what he was doing in his freelance work, and didn't want to jump into a company with somebody he didn't know. After speaking with him over the next few months at the same meetups, you think he was slowly convinced to give it a shot, and try to work with Alex, the other co-founder, and I. Next, we decided to do a game jam with the three of us and other friends named Hamish, who didn't end up staying on the team. The game jam was using the themes provided by the DatGam Game Jam, which was organized by the MRGS. When we didn't complete our showcase or showed off our prototype at the next MRGS meetup, an ultimate chicken horse was born, under the temporary name Horseblock. This world still has secrets that the signs of even touched it is half of the things that you've seen. What?
I don't understand.
Bezmenov did say that ideologically captured people would be rendered unable to process true facts. Very much so. The organization's been an important part of the indie developer ecosystem in Montreal and was extremely important in the creation and development of our team and our game, which eventually led to a larger company with employees.
Big guy?
We wanted to write this post and thank organizers for the work that they've put in.
In the beginning of the Ritual of the Moon, it'll turn into a beat-em-up game.
Somehow I don't think so, but Massive Doggo, thank you for the 690.
I would have to look up the names of people mentioned in here, because I also can't think of like what Clever Endeavor is involved in, so this would also need a bit more diving than what I can do on stream right now. But again, going through the Montreal Royal Game Society,
I found this. They were like, we're having a going away party. We are closing down. And I opened this, and obviously it's also 404'd. So I couldn't find anything there. I did open it up in an archive because I thought that one would be neat. This somehow only had 810 followers. Last tweet was in 2019. Empathetically supports our sibling organization DMG Toronto and all its members in their decision to end their partnership with Refig. Back in 2017, MRGS made the same decision after being made aware of similar problems with the federal grant-funded research project. Dames making games. All right, unpleasant series of interactions. They ended the partnership. I have no idea who Refig is, so I don't know what the controversy there is. Ticket sales for Game Loop. Agame Lupe. It's in French. I can't read that. That's can't read French. First generation assembly of 2018 will be held on January 14th. So not too much like news or information here. Renaud jamming with little bits at the Art Up event. Renaud. Why does Renaud sound familiar? Why does Renaud sound familiar? I feel like we've heard that name in relation to stuff sometime recently. Did he like reply here maybe? No. My brain gears are turning, but not enough. Renard the furry. No, it was Bernard. But they're closing. MRGS is ending. I can't read French, so we're going to go to the translation. Hello to everyone! In an official General Assembly on the Sunday afternoon of January 14th, after passing an official vote, the Mount Royal Game Society leadership passed the motion to close and dissolve the organization. Over the next few months of 2018, we will go through the process of closing down the nonprofit entity and ceasing any and all financial activity. And I'm wondering if this is part of the process that how these games companies that do subversive tactics end up going under the radar for so long. They'll operate for so many years and then they'll dissolve and split into like multiple smaller companies. I'm not saying that is what MRGS did. I'm saying I'm wondering if that is the case, and if you dive into the people who owned the organization or were a big part of the organization, I'm wondering if you'll find them heading other companies elsewhere, like nonprofit funding. This is why I wanted to find out who owned the organization, who was funding the organization, and where these people are now. But again, I just found this out on stream, so it's not like I had time to deep dive this. Help! Please read in your best French accent. I can't do accents, man. Our main website will remain online for archival purposes. Well, that's just not true, because it's dead. The Facebook group will stay open and moderated as a space for game developers and players to share open, respectful, and inclusive dialogue. Game Curious and Game Loop Montreal, our current series of ongoing events, will be kept going as independent ventures. All meetups will cease. Okay, so it looks like even though this company dissolved, they had two ventures that have continued going. I don't know if they're still going, but continued going for at least some time after 2018. We want to use this opportunity to thank every single person in and outside of Montreal for contributing to and attending our events since 2010 to 2017. Together, we found friends, family, community, and love amongst our shared passion for the amazing potential of games. Even if the organization will be no more, we will always have found each other in this large, strange world and thrived. MRGS has been, over time, an ever-evolving and transformative project, starting from informal beer nights with numbers in the low tens filled with baked goods, to large monthly showcases featuring 100 or more people in attendance, somehow always overflowing every venue we inhabited. Micro-talk nights and parties like Princess and Prince of Arcade, accessible conferences and democratized workshops, pushing for critical, local and international dialogue away from the normative talk of industry and business to focus on the artistry and the political aspects of game making. We've accomplished so many things together and shared hundreds of beautiful tiny moments of humanity. We recognize those victories always driven by the time and motivation of our volunteers and attendees. So again, they bring up the critical dialogue, which we already read multiple times in these other think pieces. And you gotta move away from the normative talk of the industry, all right? We gotta make games political.
But don't you know, Chuddy Buddy, games have always been political. They hate you.
The past 2 years saw the cessation of monthly social meetups, once the cornerstone of the organization, and trickling attendance of the art ups, period. French. Over the years, MRGS organizers have all changed and gravitated toward different ventures in various facets of game development, academia, activism, creation, and more. We also mark that our local community has changed, with people investing time into forging careers, companies, projects, families, identities, self-improvement, artistry, and seeking change, as creators are wont to do. It is in that spirit of change that we have decided to end the organization. As volunteers, we have a duty first to ourselves to be challenged and excited by the work of community service. If our self-motivated duty is met with rote obligation and habit, we need to be honest with ourselves and interrogate the need to continue to our personal detriment. So they're saying people were no longer embodying the work as much as they wanted them to. I don't really. What? Why do they use so many fucking words? Where we have failed to cultivate a new generation from our ranks, we are confident in the capacity for human care. Our values will continue through ripples, small acts, and words. In the future, there will be more like us to take up the cause of a more inclusive and mindful games industry, championing creatively free from the normalized constraints and default assumptions of commerce. When that time comes, we will be there to support them. Man, this is some, like, crazy foreshadowing that I really hate. This is some crazy foreshadowing for what we're dealing with now. We take this opportunity to honor Nick Rudzix and 6A for co-founding MRGS. We salute Salim Dabuz, Joachim Desplind, and Carolyn Zhang for their years of leadership. Thank you for your time, devotion, and service to creating an environment in Montreal where game makers from the margins could congregate and learn from one another. We thank every meetup and event organizer who poured their souls, bodies, and lives into realizing the projects they were passionate about. We thank every game developer and speaker who have taken the stage over the years and donated their knowledge and lived experiences to the betterment of the Montreal community. To everyone reading this, be kind to yourselves, keep creating, get weird. Refuse easy answers, get weird? Weird ghosts? Thought this was an American sickness. Why is all this shit happening in Canada? Because as much as people love to blame America, this shit was rotting in the UK and Canada much before we were noticing exactly what was happening here. America was diseased with the Marxist ideology from around the early 1900s, and it really kicked up in the 1940s and then again in the 1960s and 70s. But Canada and the UK have always been on the railroad just ahead of America. It started in Europe first. In France first! It started in France! They needed more guillotines. My ancestors, how could you do this to us? Sorry again! Canada hate. Life is beautiful. Have my money. Merrick Vespa, thank you for the $5 doodles. Sorry again for misreading your comment on Twitter, dude.
It happens through text sometimes!
Somehow you suspect Montreal is not better for their work. Holy shit. This was festering in Europe since before the start of World War II? Absolutely. Europe is closer to the epicenter of communism than America was, so it's like a little bit nuts that people sometimes try to say it originated here. It's just MTL. That's kind of weird. The machine translation. I don't know if this is machine translation, because they put this here themselves, and they say English will follow. So I imagine this probably wasn't machine translated. However, their Facebook page is still posting stuff. This says February 20th at 1:17 p.m. This was posted in 2024. That's interesting, because the Mount Royal Game Society doesn't exist any longer. And this says capitalisme. Which, I mean, I don't know French, but I'm assuming that means capitalism. I'm assuming that means capitalism. And so I decided to just, like, throw this post into DeepL. And it says, extended until February 23rd, the call for papers for the 2024 edition of the EN/Geocolloquialism colloquialism is now available. This year's theme is capitalism. The EN Geo Colloquium is an annual event organized by video game students at the Université du Québec in Montreal. The goal of the colloquium is to provide, I'm going to pronounce that word a different way every time I fucking say it, is to provide a forum for the exchange of knowledge and perspectives between students and workers in the video game industry. For the 2024 edition, we propose a colloquium on capitalism and video games. We welcome papers in French. The deadline for submitting your 500-word proposal is February 23rd, 2024, to the following address. I would be very interested in how this summit appears. How do we make this word French? France was once West Germany, but no one liked that either. El capitalismo. I'm just a little interested in how they're still posting this. I was like, man, dude, that's a lot. Game audio mentoring for underrepresented genders with Viviana Caro. This is September 18th, 2023. I am helping and organizing a game audio workshop led by Viviana Caro, senior audio artist at EA Games. Wow, interesting. Viviana will share her journey in the audio industry and answer your questions, providing her unique perspective. I wonder if this link is still active or if it's closed down. Oh, nope. The form does no longer exist. I would have been really interested in reading what it said there. Let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't see anything in that tiny screenshot. The other 300 genders are actually the majority. Wow, they're both underrepresented. Just looked up who Vladimir Lenin of the Bolshevik Revolution married. Ruh-roh. I don't know who he married. Ampliquity, name of the $10. Reminder that the word capitalism was invented by Marx. Stop calling it capitalism. You're accepting the commie framework. Normal human trade is not a system of exploitation. It is the absence of it. Did he? I guess I do not know the etymology of the word capitalism. It's the free market. Maybe Sun Yat-sen. What? You can't stop noticing. It's impossible to stop noticing, man. It's impossible. I had other tabs I wanted to try and get to, but Kinetic Zen, you have sent me down a crazy rabbit hole. I don't even know what the fuck is going on anymore. Here's a blog page made by one of the participants. The presentation is approximately 30 minutes, excluding Q&A, and is a bit hard to watch. In addition to the presenter being primarily a francophone Quebecois and having a measure of difficulty with speaking, it's a jungle of the kind of safetiest jargon you'd expect from academia. And this is the thing that we watched earlier with those three women, the hippie, the meat slut, and then the European boy woman. There's a blog. What's in the blog? Please don't flashbang me with anything nude. Safetiest. You mean, how do you think England was built by the Danish? My experience at the Critical Hit Pre-Jam Concordia edition, posted by Jess, March 12th, 2014. Somebody's gonna get bruised. Interesting. Why the pre-jam that happened at Concordia was like, stretch my programmer wings. Why does this Apple look like a problematic feminist face?
The industry hates you, Chud, but it's behind and needs rapid change. Games have always been political, but we need better modern stories. Nothing is changing, but if it is, it's a good thing. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength.
Sweet baby did not harass anyone. You can't harass white people. What? He's Brazilian? White enough. Dr. Faust, thank you for the $5 redoodles. Thank you. Pre-jam Apple Rumble was born. Character selection? What the fuck is happening? Pixel Edit, True Guitar, Audacity. I don't know if there's anything interesting in here necessarily, or if it's just like someone else talking about the game jam. Critical Hit originally ran from 2013 to 2015, but there was a revival event in 2018. It was administered by a group called TAG. There are references to diversity and inclusion in parts of the site, but it seems more artsy than HR. This is a Vimeo video.
Oh, I knew it. I was like, I wonder if it's gonna give me the sign in with Google bullshit. Let's full screen this. What is this video?
The Technoculture Art and Games Research Centre, or TAG, is Canada's largest games research centre.
It's really low.
Core to our identity are interdisciplinarity and research creation. Our membership spans the fine arts, computer science, communication studies, sociology, and film studies, and more. What brings us together is that we understand games as a collectively recognizable and relevant focal point through which to think about and creatively address diverse phenomena. At TAG, we think about interactivity, virtuality, and play. We think about leisure, labor, and the rise of automation. We think about culture.
I'm gonna play that back because I don't know what word she said that ended in R, but it sounded like something she shouldn't be saying, and I know it's not, but I can't hear it.
Virtuality and play. We think about leisure, labor, and the rise of automation.
Oh, she's trying to say leisure.
We think about culture, narrative, and art. Most importantly, we believe that when we engage with games and play, we engage with life itself.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bad Snacks gameplay. Thank you, Bad Snacks. Of interest, narrative director at Warner Brother Games Montreal worked on Mass Effect. I was like, what the fuck is ME? It's only main in my brain. Mass Effect Andromeda and Gotham Knights give keynote for an event called Gamerella in 2018. Ending is a roll call of the usual neologistic nonsense. I feel like we've also brought up Gamerella in recent weeks as well. Another fucking Vimeo. Another Vimeo. How long is this?
Hi. My name is Anne LeMay. I'm 46 years old. I was born and raised in Montreal.
Is it time for Deus Vult yet? Or maybe the Islam version of it?
Massive Doggo, you can't do that! Thank you for the 690.
No wonder Mass Effect Andromeda sucked ass. I'll never forget that face, man.
And I've been making games here since 1997. I'm an introvert with a lot of practice at passing for an extrovert. I am absolutely terrified of public speaking. In fact, this is the first talk I have ever given in my entire career, or life, except for school and those were years that left many scars. When Tina, thank you, first reached out to me to come here, my instant reflex was to say no. It's what I usually always do, and I'm asked to do things, very specific things, like go up on stage alone with no one else to hide with, such as a panel, and talk to people. He asked me to talk about, I don't know, horses, fountain pens, and nail polish. Yeah, I could do that for like 3 hours, no problem, with a whole slide set. Talking about myself just feels weird, and I think this ties a lot into the imposter syndrome that so many of us are familiar with. Then I checked the website.
Is it imposter syndrome if you're actually just an imposter, though?
And well, because of that, here I am. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you for coming today, and thank you kindly for listening.
Stream was hard to find. You had to look it up manually? Wait, why? That's kind of weird. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the $1.99. I'm gonna skip ahead and hope she says something of value.
So yeah, I used a good old-fashioned typewriter to do my papers before that. Anyway, I did use the PC for school papers. In fact, one of my history teachers, hence the time card of history. Following years, as mentioned in my introduction, I went through several roles, both at Ubisoft and other companies. I was a graphic designer, UX designer, and game designer. These were all things I learned on the job. However, I used a lot of the skills that I learned at university, such as research, how to organize information, how to structure a paper, which I carried through into the work that I did. So it's not, there's a lot you learn in real life that will be useful to you at work, even though it may not feel that way. That's important to remember. I actually spent a month around 2004 when I...
Take ear, I'm back inside now. Just want to say the people in the Real Life Pics channel have been a nice source of motivation to work outside. I post pics every now and then. I hope people stop trying to segs the rocks.
I'm glad you're enjoying outside rocks without feeling the need to put them inside your anus. Congratulations, I'm proud of you.
Such a read back. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. All she's talking about is herself. I know. What is happening?
And we came back to UB for the level field in terms of learning together. And that really changed the psychology of how we interacted with each other and how we worked together, because we were all going through the same thing. And it created some really tight-knit bonds at the time. Sorry. I've been that character. Drac was born of many of the things I was struggling with myself at the time. Things that had had building up for years. All my doubts and fears about staying in the industry, about whether I was relevant or not, about being unheard, not wanted, not valued, and maybe just not really good.
Anne LeMay, more like Anne Dismay, am I right?
To step aside, and I was definitely tired of all the fights and of trying to change things. All of that went into writing him. With Drac, I wrote about alienation, about not feeling as the one.
So she's basically talking about how she made a character, a self-insert for herself here, but I can't tell what character she's saying. It sounds like she's saying Drac, but I don't know who Drac is. I don't. It's very hard to hear. Victim sympathy seeking.
Passed you by and moved on without you. I was in my early 40s by then, which some consider to be old for this industry, which is a little bit bullshit. My language. I also wrote about age and chronic pain. I wrote about depression, hiding even from the person suffering from it. About presenting a facade in order to hide everything I just mentioned. I had been making games for about 18 years while I was writing him. I had suffered from several bouts of situational depression, which is a thing related to the environment you're in as opposed to your brain chemistry.
What?
And I felt that once he was done, then maybe I was done too. It's time to put my pen down and take a step back. Most of all, though, I was really fucking tired. I'm talking about decades of accumulated tired. Chronic sleep loss is a real thing. And it has really nasty symptoms that we're trained by society to shrug off and ignore because passion. You need to be passionate in creator art.
Embodying the work constantly is exhausting, chat. Never forget that they said that.
Sleep loss kills. It's just as insidious as stress-related illnesses. Back then, getting up was hard, regardless of what time it was. I walked in a fog the entire day. I was exhausted all the time. I had no emotional defenses whatsoever. And I acquired a heart condition through all of that too. It wasn't my cholesterol, it wasn't my health numbers, it was just stress and fatigue related. So once my work on Drac was done, I decided I was retiring. I made the conscious decision to just stop. My plan was to take a year off to write a book, and then reassess if I maybe wanted to go freelance. So I was telling myself. I knew I didn't really want to. The first 3 months of that write a book year turned into an intense repayment of my sleep debt. I slept solid for 3 months. I am not kidding you. 12 hours a night, 2 naps a day on average, 1 to 2 hours per nap. I slept so much and I didn't write a single word. And it was amazing. I needed that break so much. There's something to be said about not constantly trying to push yourself to create every day. We need to recharge our batteries. And then at the 3-month mark, day for day, a wonderful woman whom I've known for a long time at Ubisoft called Shannon.
Ubisoft again!
Hi, Shannon. She reached out to me and asked me to come back. And I didn't even let her tell me what it was for. I said no. Literally, the Facebook conversation is, hey, Anne, I hear you're available. No. I was really going to write that book at one point, seriously. That was still somewhere in the projects. Maybe after one more nap. But I missed her face, so we made a lunch date, and I saw her 3 days later.
What is the point of this?
And about 5 minutes in, she asked
What
me
does
very
this
quickly,
have to
how would you
do?
feel about writing for
What?
a museum tour set in Assassin's Creed?
Kidney stones.
Kidney stone. Ninth Circle, thank you for the $5. Please do not let this woman give you kidney stones.
Her face. So we made a lunch date, and I saw her 3 days later. I drove into town to see her. And about 5 minutes in, she asked me very quickly, how would you feel about writing for a museum tour set in Assassin's Creed? To which my answer was, fuck you, book the interview.
A chance to ruin a large title? Abso-fucking-lutely! Count me in, woman!
Because how could I say no at the chance to do something different and wonderful and innovative tied into education in one of the games that I'd seen grow throughout my years on and off at Ubisoft.
Wow, I was right.
The game that I wrote the encyclopedia for. So I was like, yeah, I'm in. And it was for someone I knew. So again, it's people that brought me back. And she was delighted, and as, you know, pun intended, the rest is history. I'm really proud of the work we did on Discovery Tours. Ancient Egypt by Assassin's Creed, let me just put out that official name once. I'm thankful to everyone at Ubisoft who wanted me on the project, and that was a huge part of what really helped me heal also from all the years of lack of sleep and just the doubts that I'd had for so long. And I paid so much of my sleep that getting up early wasn't a problem. Came into work and I was alert and ready to do stuff. It was great. Thinking was easy. And on that project, everything was fun and the people were wonderful.
I'll skip to the end. Let's see where the point goes.
So many more. These words and expressions were not part of our everyday vocabulary back then.
Okay, hold on. We gotta rewind a bit.
Such as diversity.
Oh.
But there are words I did not hear back in 1997, 1998, and the early 2000s. There are words that have existed for a while. They were not part of the AAA vernacular. They were not part of the everyday language of developers of work. They just weren't on the radar. There was no awareness of them. Words such as diversity, LGBTQIA, and all the variants, inclusion, gender fluid, lesbian, asexual, queer, intersex, Latinx, femme, gender neutral.
That's because we didn't need those terms in video games. What do you mean? I was like, they had gay people in Japanese games for fucking ages. They didn't need to beat you over the head with LGBTQIA, LGBT, SUV language. I'm very sure you heard about lesbians in 1997. Also, she said Latinx. She is slurred at our Latino brethren.
Ace, bisexual, people of color, two-spirit, even autism, gay.
Autistics, you're part of the LGBTQ now. Congratulations. I identify as auti gender.
Pansexual, genderqueer, transgender, they as a pronoun, and so many more. These words and expressions were not part of our everyday vocabulary back then, but they are now. We hear them in the hallways, in the meeting rooms, and in the casual conversations. They're part of what we try to put into our games. It's still not.
I thought you weren't trying to put them into your games, though. I thought nothing was changing. I thought that's not what you guys do. I thought that all of us were wrong about why Sweet Baby exists and why developers hire them. I thought that narrative designers weren't trying to inject this kind of stuff into. What do you mean, dear goblin woman?
Everything it should be, and it's not nearly going fast enough. But it is happening.
It's not nearly going fast enough.
The losses and the victories we see today didn't even exist back then.
The victories.
When I started making games, because these battles were not even being fought. Much less in the open like they are now.
Butt scratches! Like I'm a real pet!
Gotta love the trained by society stuff. Even you choosing to stay up late and then being tired is someone else's fault.
I was like, I can relate, right? Because like I have horrible work ethic. I work myself way too fucking hard, and I do not take enough breaks for my mental. And I need to be doing more of that, but I can't because there's stuff that always needs to be done, and it's just me. It's hard, dude. We can tell. It's hard, dude.
And that, dearly beloved audience, is change. It's what makes this year's theme so important.
What was that year's theme? Did she even say it? What the actual fuck did I just watch? What was that? What was that? I should head to bed because the autoplay on Vimeo keeps getting weirder. In Alt Ego, players compete through the augmented costumes of their avatars.
Welcome, warriors. Prepare yourselves mentally and physically for the skill test in the battle to follow.
We saw that woman with that terrible haircut in one of these other videos that I played. I don't remember which one, but I remember saying out loud, what the fuck is that haircut? Hunter Collier, thank you for the 1999. Been listening on and off today. You've now added meat sluts to your vocabulary.
You're welcome. I love being a shadow influence. Brave SJ, they give the $2. Please don't call her a goblin woman. Those are hot. Well, it's like, I don't know. I was thinking of like Jeb Bush's wife when I said that.
Welcome, players. Meet your avatars.
Okay. All right. Okay. A digital physical game experience in which your avatar is not virtual. Avatars and players commit to a strange, dramatically asymmetric but deeply complementary relationship. Are we bringing back gladiatorial combat? But in the gladiatorial combat, we are pretending to play video game? Have we entered the Ender's Game? I get to kill people in real life? LARPing. Zale, thank you for the $20. You have systemic illness. You've been in nerve pain and issues with your brain because of the illness, including depression, anxiety, and hallucinations for the last 6 years. Am I supposed to feel sorry for this chick? I mean, you probably don't have as much oppression points as she does in her mind, so therefore your problems don't matter because you have some sort of innate privilege or some shit. I don't know. These people are fucking whack. This is LARPing. This is advanced LARPing. The avatar stillness is the source of their great power. Why do they look like that, though? They look like they're from some modern art installment about, like, vaginas and venereal diseases and warped penises who had botched circumcisions. This is something that you've noticed from all these videos. None of the colonizing bigots have acknowledged that they're on stolen indigenous land. I'm pretty sure, I can't remember if it was weird ghosts or baby ghosts, but one of them had, like, an acknowledgement of indigenous land and how they were, like, set up on land that belonged to the indigenous peoples of Canada, but since they have nowhere else to, like, set up their home base, they're using the land that they are on, but acknowledging that it is stolen. I was like, what the fuck? They trigger the player's special power through biofeedback. Alt Ego asks, what do agent... by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one. Thank you, Alt Ego.
Did that goofy looking thing just say I started making games because those battles weren't even being fought?
Yes, that goofy looking thing did in fact say that she wanted to go back into the industry after retiring because there were battles that needed to be fought. Hayden, thank you for the $10 doodles. I like it. It looks so cheap. What I'm wondering as well is, like, if we look at this again, these people are just standing there. Like, they're not moving, and the people in the chairs are, like, pushing buttons on the controllers and doing, like, celebratory hand motions, and they're talking about how you can trigger the character's special skills and shit, but, like, they're not moving! Where's the gameplay even in this LARP? Jessica Blanchett, Tony Higuchi, Lynn Hughes, Sylvain Payne, Kaho Abe. You don't deserve the Abe last name. Costume? Other costumes? We didn't even see those costumes! It's like Kingdom Hearts reject characters. Thanks to all our playtesters. What the fuck even was this? She's wearing a rug. That was it? That was just two women standing still? To be fair, it's very hard for women to be quiet for that long. Let's be real. That was the real gameplay. Kinetic Zen, thank you for this wondrously horrifying rabbit hole. but also fuck you, because I did not get to do what I had planned to today. I've been 2.5 weeks straight of sticking to exactly what I said I'd do on every stream, so I guess it was bound to happen eventually. I'm sorry for denying you your ASMR. It was bound to happen eventually. Let me just look up, because I want to see weird ghosts. I think it was on the Weird Ghosts website. Howie Fund, proud to sponsor, blah, 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 about us. Yeah, it is on the Weird Ghosts website. So, let me scroll back up. The Weird Ghosts website that funds baby ghosts, which then funds a sweet baby. At the bottom of the page, again, I'm going to remind you that they changed this. It used to say our only investor is Infinite Ammo Inc., and now it says our minority investor. Land acknowledgement. Although we refer to ourselves as a Canada-wide fund, we acknowledge that what we now call Canada is built on unceded Indigenous territory. Weird Ghosts operates out of Winnipeg on Treaty 1 territory, and Toronto, which is Toronto in the Stolen Land language, on Treaty 13 in the unceded territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas, the Credit, the Anishinabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. We know that acknowledging the land is only one part of addressing settler colonialism in Canada. Weird Ghosts is owned by 2 white settlers who aim to practice uncolonization by prioritizing the support of Indigenous creators, centering social impact within the games industry, and creating less extractive funding models. We hope to take further measures to deconstruct colonialism in both our fund and the games industry as we continue to grow. These people are mentally deficient. They are. How about these settlers unsettle themselves and leave? Yeah, I mean, like, if you're acknowledging that the land is stolen, how is you representing me better in a video game actually helping me? How about you just give me that land back so that I can build a house instead? You know, I'd much rather have the land. You feel like they should have done more? You're writing your Twitter thread now. It's time to cancel! There was some company that tried this, like, land acknowledgement thing. I want to say it was in Vermont, but I might be wrong. And I remember reading about it on stream when it happened, but they basically got challenged to be like, well, aren't you on colonized land, so shouldn't you live true to your words and give up the space that you are settled on? Was it Ben & Jerry's? Oh my god, it was Ben & Jerry's? Fuck, dude. I'm glad you guys can supplement my memory. We feel strongly enough about this to virtue signal, but not enough to relocate.
Emperor Creatine. Man builds hobby. Woman sees man doing hobby and not her. Woman ruins hobby. Man is sad. Man builds new hobby to not be sad anymore. Women sees hobby.
Thank you for the $5 doodles. It's unfortunate, right? And it again goes back into women typically, as not like individually, but like as a collective, women typically have like a higher empathetic rate, which is why you see women being the ones who cause issues in voting, like ushering in migrants and other things that will harm the country, because they see these other people and they feel empathetic. This is also why women are very good at being used as tools for subversion, because women like to feel good about doing good thing. And if you can convince women that they're on the right side of history, they're going to encroach this in every single area. However, they still obviously need men to push these in higher positions, since women typically are not trusted with that. But empathy, they're still antisocial as fuck. Imagine feeling empathy. It's like an easily exploitable thing, right? And it's how like the white guilt thing exists as well. It's how the white guilt thing exists as well. We all know the concept of white guilt. Trust me, I'm an empath. Men aren't allowed to have their own spaces. That's like, as someone who's played video games since I was a child, I have never sought to like subvert them. And this isn't like I'm one of the good ones. It's more just like, I guess I didn't buy into the propaganda that was being stuffed into my
small brain. My brain was so smooth and without enough brain activity to even become propagandized. It's called cultural Leninism. It all started with convincing women that they should leave home and enter the workplace rather than fulfilling literally the most important role in all of humanity. It is nuts to me that at part of my lifetime, it was like women were actively chastising the other women who wanted to be housewives. Like the gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss women were just like, if you want to be a housewife, you are defending patriarchy and you're thinking less of yourselves. And even as a teenager, I'm just like, what do you mean? Isn't it important to have a woman at home? I don't get it. Joke's on you, propagandist. I'm a fucking dumbass. True? True and real? First you get the women, so follow the children, and then you get the men? Yes. You don't have to work on brainwashing the men if the women and children will do your job for you. Self-destructive behavior. I was just like, I liked video games the way that they were. I felt like I was a part of the hobby. I got bullied for being a part of the hobby. So it's like, fuck, dude. Cauldroneer, thank you for the $5. Pippa was right. We need to push people over. Bring back bullying, dude. the BBB.
Vidya, and now we bully you here.
But yeah, it's like friendly bullying. It's so fucking sad to you because women were created to be happier in that role. It's literally why housewives are the happiest demographic by a country mile among women. Yeah? Yeah, the longer this experimentation of you must work, you no longer can choose between working and being a housewife, female suicides are skyrocketing. Obviously, men's suicide rates still outpace them, but female suicide rates are going drastically up, and everyone's like, I don't know why this is. Maybe there's patriarchy, oppression. And it's like, no. Don't notice. Women can do whatever they want. It's all rhetoric. Fuck off, propagandists. I was like, you can look at other countries that still exist where women literally cannot do whatever the fuck they want. There are other countries where women are treated as second-class citizens in current year. But, you know, that doesn't matter. We gotta focus on the West. Keystrix, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry, but I believe we need to give all lands all over the earth back to the true indigenous people, the cavemen and the cave women. Ah, yes, you're speaking my language. Praise Yakub. But are they happier second-class citizens than they are here? I would say probably not. I mean, like, maybe some of them can't perceive anything outside of where they are, but I would say, much like men here dislike circumcision as a part of culture, I would say that women in those cultures that practice FGM probably also don't like that. They tried giving women driver's licenses in the land of Saudi. They were having none of it. Is it true that feminism was created by the feds? I mean, if you want to consider, like, Bolsheviks the feds, maybe. Getting stoned to death probably makes you unhappy. Probably, but it's okay. You're dead, so you can't feel unhappy. Another group of people will say they were here first and not leave. Seems like the U.S. prioritizes itself on everything but things that would benefit us. Unfortunately. Human bullshit. I mean, not icy lumberjack. Thank you for the $1. As a guy with native ancestry, can I tell these people to get off my land, or does having white blood neutralize this? I guess it depends on how racist the progressive you're talking to is. Like, I'm not sure if they follow in the footsteps of the horseshoe theory where they agree with the racists that are, you know, like supremacists. So it's like, I don't know if they're going to be utilizing the one drop rule, or if they're just going to look at you and be like, well, you don't look Native American enough. You're white passing, therefore you have white privilege, right? Like, it depends on which flavor of racist you speak to. Umber Creatine, name of the $10. You forgot who said it back in 2014? There was a feminist conference where it was said that if given the choice, women prefer being wives and mothers, and thus cannot be allowed to have that choice. That'd be crazy. I would like a source if you can find that. I would like to see that out of a weird person's own mouth. There are no points on a creature that round. Oh my god. Arismador, thank you for the 300 biddies. They could at least draw happy faces on the rocks. Look, the rocks are enjoying it! Let me see
Homestead is online at Disa Momento.
Disa Momento?
You know, it'd be really weird if I rated like Kasim G after all of this stuff today.
Ah, no. El momento es ese. El momento ese.
Kasim G streams? Yeah, that's what I said when I first noticed it. You're as anti-communist as one can be. The black pill seems more likely as reality by the day. There is a solution. There is certainly a solution, but we all need to get our helicopter licenses. I'm sorry, I don't speak deported.
You malapendejos.
These insane people wanted an Air Force base as a rec center, but also wanted their thing to stay the way it was, including computers, offices, guns, etc. where you live? What the fuck?
That doesn't even make any sense!
It doesn't even make any sense.
I know.
I haven't rated Henya in a while, and I think we need something just cute. Something just cute and adorable. So something cute and adorable to release our minds from all that we have ingested today. Alright, okay? Which means, chat, you have to act like very normal, happy people. Remember, if you do weird shit, if you say weird political shit in non-political streamer chats, I will ban you here. Please act like normal humans and only do cute things to the cute Henya.
Love cute!
Love cute! She's playing something called Lethal League Blaze. I have no idea what the fuck that is. I have no idea what it is, but I'm just gonna go in there and listen to anime girl noises.
Thank you for hanging out with me tonight, chat. It was a
tantalizing Tuesday. I'll have to reschedule the schizo posts. Have to do a bit of rescheduling. A little bit of rescheduling since we went down a motherfucking rabbit hole. Thank you for the rabbit hole again, because it was fun and interesting while also being enlightening in a bad way. Kinetic Zen, thank you for your research, since somebody tried to say
it's just a joke, it's not happening. Oh, the dumb China buddies. Thank you.
I will see you guys on Friday. I don't have anything planned the next 2 days. If someone reaches back out to me for a collab, that may change, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Please go be cute and lovable to Henya, and have a great rest of your night, everyone.
Bye bye, bye bye.
I should probably actually start the raid, huh? That might help. My brain is very goopy. I'm sorry, chat. Get fucked. Oh, I